Greatest Streamer System. By author, ShuviLily. Chapter 1 to 50. Chapter 1. Chapter 1 Transmigrated. This chapter is updated by. Thank you for the donation, Kaiser Dog. Wow. Thank you for 500 diamonds, Sir Alpha. I do love the game. It is really fun. Let's get to the last round before ending the stream. In the dimly lit room, the young man sat poised in front of his computer, a tangle of wires connecting him to curious contraptions of medical equipment. A wide grin stretched across his face and, ignoring the whirring of the machine, he pressed start. His eyes twinkled with excitement as he continued the game. The computer screen before him flickered to life as the black loading screen disappeared and the game booted. Its bright display was the only source of light besides the yellow ambiance of the lamp. With every keystroke and mouse click, he navigated through the game. Each kill invited the chat of his streaming application to explode in cheers. Whoa! Triple kill. Can he get a rampage? Go rampage. Ha ha ha, I think that's impossible. At that moment, a beeping sound rang in the headphones he wore. An alert popped up on the second monitor. Crazy Rich has started a mission. Stream mission. 10,000 diamonds if you get a rampage. But I will try. He accepted the mission. Ha 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 ha, he got fired up. Of course, it's 10,000 diamonds. The chat became more active with the mission given by the viewers. His concentration immediately peaked as he delved deeper into the game. The images on the screen morphed and swirled. Each scene showed his character killing his enemy's soldiers one by one. Time seemed to blur as he continued to play and stream, the machine silently ensuring his well-being as he lost himself in the game. With each kill and each chat that appeared, his happiness radiated. In this extraordinary moment, he felt alive. This is fun. Even if his viewers only hit around 500, they were here to watch him play. There was nothing to stop him in the game, and streaming was the only way he could talk to other people out there. What made him regret was, thanks for today. I want to continue, but I need to go right now. That he did not have enough time to enjoy it. Hey, Doc, I had fun. Before the doctor even finished the sentence, the young man cut him off. A smile reappeared on his face, which put a bitter expression on the doctor's face as he tried to hold it in. I was satisfied with the last month of my life. If I can describe it with words, then it would be that I felt free for the first time in the last 3 years. He said in a cheerful voice, but the doctor knew very well that he had just cried from his red eyes. So thank you for allowing me to play games and stream, Doc. I hope I can enjoy it in my next life. Maybe the breeze will bring me some hope. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. That was what the doctor could only say. He watched the young man lean back to his chair, which turned into a bed. His breath became shorter and shorter before he finally let out the last breath with a sad smile. The doctor looked at his watch and noted the time of death in his notebook. April 2, 2021. The cause of death, destroyed lungs and heart. Patient name, Breeze. He muttered in a heavy tone as he put down his notebook, I hope your wish comes true. April 2, 2045. A handsome young man suddenly jolted up and raised his body inside a one-bedroom apartment. He gasped for air desperately as if he had forgotten how to breathe. He had cold sweat pouring out his body as he managed to catch his breath. Huff, huff, this. He looked around and saw himself in an unfamiliar room. It was brightly lit, with greenery around the wall and a strange capsule bigger than his bed at the corner of the room. What is this? He wondered, still confused about what happened. Is this what heaven looks like? Trying to ensure this wasn't just a dream after falling asleep, he pinched his cheek. Pain attacked him, and he grunted loudly. At that moment, he froze, and his eyes widened. No way. He could feel pain again after not being able to for a few years. And the fact he didn't wake up and everything looked different from before could only mean one thing. This wasn't a dream. Less than greatest streamer system has been installed. Greater than. What? And it seemed like he wasn't quite sane as he began hallucinating. Author note. Hello. This is your author. I started this novel because it sounds fun, and I enjoyed writing it. Chapter 2. Chapter 2 It's real. A few days had passed. Breeze, now known as Max Charles, got used to his new situation and learned a few things. First of all, he was indeed transmigrated. He knew this from the fragmented memories of the body he currently had. This world was similar to where he came from but was more advanced in terms of technology. Everything from school, meetings, and working exceptions were now done in a virtual world called Lobby. With more people using virtual reality as part of their daily lives, healthcare was also focused in that area. Many doctors and scientists successfully created a nutritional supplement that could sustain people for a day straight without food, but it was ill-advised to rely on it because it couldn't truly replace real food. Secondly, it seemed like he was a 19-year-old orphan who had lived on welfare until now. His savings were only enough to last him 3 months, but after that, he wouldn't have anything unless he found a job. The memories he got helped a lot to know about his situation. Max Charles loved games, and the capsule in his room was apparently a virtual reality device that people always used at this age. But he couldn't afford a game due to his lack of money. Even the cheapest VR game with bad graphics costs more than $150. That amount of money could allow him to live for a few days. He chose to spend his money on his daily life rather than play the game himself because he knew his situation. So he only watched streamers play the game instead of actually playing it. And the third thing, streaming had become a favorite job alongside the fast development of virtual reality. It became the main source of entertainment, providing various themes from real-life streaming to game streaming, and even some movie-level storytelling. In fact, many streamers were more famous than celebrities in this era. Some with attractive appearances also worked as a model for fashion brands, and some signed ad deals with various companies. After settling and getting used to his current situation, Max was interested in one thing: streaming. In his past life, he enjoyed it to the point he wanted to do it again in his next life. It seemed like God or whatever it was granted his wish. Should I do it again? No, can I do it? He stood up, caressing the VR capsule beside his bed. It will be different from the past, but I want to do it again. Unlike a game streaming using a computer, he would need to control his character directly this time, as the game would be in a full-dive virtual reality, which would be hard for him, who had no experience in it even with his new memories from Max Charles. The interior of the capsule was similar to a sci-fi mecha cockpit with some small screen displaying his vital signs. He wore the helmet that read his brainwave, and the capsule closed by itself. Entering lobby. A mechanical voice rang in his ears. Let's do it. The scenery around him changed as he dived into the virtual world. An expanse of rolling grass plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. A gentle breeze caused them to sway. Everyone's lobby was different. Max's lobby was just a simple grass plain with a hill in the distance and a simple chair under a sole tree. He loved it, especially the gentle breeze that hit his face. With futuristic technology, humans' 5 senses could be replicated near perfection even in this virtual world. That was why people loved it. Now, sitting on the chair, he looked at a hologram screen spread in front of him. Punch's streaming website was opened on the screen, and the home menu was filled with various streamers. Max ignored them for now and went to the account. He created one by himself using his capsule ID, which was connected to his personal account. When pressing the Create button, a window that asked him to write his name popped up. He hesitated a little before filling it with Breeze, using the virtual keyboard. That name is what made me love streaming, so there is no way I will use another name. He pressed the OK button after deciding. Then another choice popped up, asking whether he made the streamer or viewer account. This time, he didn't hesitate to choose the streamer account, set up the donation account, and finalized his registration. A notification popped up with a cheerful sound. Your account has been successfully set up. Please fill in your additional information. At the same time, he also heard a notification from inside his head, and a smaller blue window popped up in front of him. Less than quest is completed. Please choose your reward. Greater than. It's real. Chapter 3. Chapter 3 First Game. Less than. Please choose your choice among the 3 offline games below. 1. Knight's Journey. 2. Mercenary Quest. 3. Conrad's Defense greater than. Max stared at the smaller blue screen in wonder. This was a virtual world, not a real one. He didn't expect the system to be able to show him the blue window in this place. I guess because the virtual world is connected to my brain, the system is also able to enter. There was another problem. How would the system install those games for him? He wasn't a stranger to those names. The previous owner of the body, Max, had extensive knowledge about games. Each of them cost $500 due to how good their graphics were. Not to mention, they were among the latest release batch, thus explaining their cost. It was said they were games that were similar to reality more than the others, even the fighting system and the fact there was no magic in each of them. In other words, they were reality games that relied more on a player's skill than the game's help and were wildly popular for use in a challenge. Not only that, it also had a big community even when it was just released a month ago. That was why. They are perfect to be used in my debut streaming. Max was confident in his skill. He had tested himself in the lobby and knew he could move even better than his past life before he got into an incident. Because the game is hard, it's normal to fail. But if I manage to clear the game on my first try, I can use that to boost my popularity, just like what I did before. He decided to just choose from those three as the system seemed to be real. There was nothing wrong with trying. If the game wasn't installed after choosing one from the system reward, he could just stick to his original plan to work for a few months before starting streaming. Now, let's see. The three games had similar reality genres. But the gameplay was different. Knight's Journey was as its name implied. The game was about a knight's journey from his home kingdom to the edge of the world to retire. There were some fights with a weapon of his choice, a really typical adventure genre. Checking the Punch game list, there were a total of 550,000 viewers currently watching people playing this game, a big number in his past life but not big enough in this world. On a screen, a knight with full plate armor was walking through a forest with a sword strapped to his waist. He looked gallant and charismatic. And on top of the screen was the title, Knight Journey, written on it. This was the Knight's Journey game launcher. The game was successfully installed into Max's VR capsule. Whoa! He exclaimed loudly, both in surprise and happiness. It actually got installed. His surprise was cut short with another voice that rang in his head. Less than new quest. Greater than. Less than quest. First follower. Obviously, a streamer needs viewers. Let's get your first 5 followers on the streaming site. A small step for streamers, a big step for the future. Progress. 0/5. Reward. Profile banner. Deadline. 3 days. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. Greater than. A new quest had been generated. The reward was unexpectedly something related to his empty streaming account. I see. So the reward isn't always a game but something that's related to streaming. Max concluded, nodding in understanding. Having a profile banner is good. It can make my profile look more professional. As someone who couldn't design anything but a doodle and had no money to hire someone, the reward was certainly something that could be considered good for him, especially since it was free and was only a bonus reward for his goal. His profile was his only source of promotion besides his stream. He only hoped that this banner would turn out great. Anyway, 5 followers, huh? I better not think about it and just focus on streaming. He controlled the screen and prepared to stream. What he did was simple, connecting his Punch account to the game and preparing the title. First Knight's Journey gameplay. First time noob tries a godly challenging game. That should be enough to get some people's attention. They usually love to mock noobs and laugh at them. After everything was prepared, Max didn't waste his time and booted his game. His vision turned black, and he was greeted with Knight's Journey loading screen. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 First Stream. A white flash burst, and his vision changed. Clang, crash, loud sounds of metal met with the others, and screams filled with pain echoed in the surroundings. What? Max looked confused. His ears rang from the loud sounds that suddenly attacked him. What was it? The world around him looked real. Many people were fighting using swords, spears, and bows in the distance. Wake up, knight. Move. Don't lose your mind at a place like this. A middle-aged knight shouted near his ears, causing him to be surprised. The game has started. Updated from Axe had finally realized it as his mind began working again. The graphic looked similar to the real world, that was why he froze for a few seconds. Horses went back and forth. Screams echoed once again, and a sound of metal clashing echoed all over the place. This was a battlefield. Is this war? He wondered. It felt real. He couldn't see much due to the smoke rising and dust kicked by a lot of knights running around to beat their enemies. Get up. Pick your weapon, or you won't survive. The knight from earlier pulled him up from the trench and pointed at a pile of weapons on the side. At that moment, the world froze still, and a blue window popped up in front of him. Tutorial. Pick a weapon of your choice. 4 weapons lit up with a blue light as the surroundings turned black and white. Facing the strange phenomenon, Max actually calmed down instead of panicking. He sighed in relief and muttered, "Phew. This is truly just a VR game." Ding. Ah. Fresh blood. His account was just made a few minutes ago. No way. You're right. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, another window beside the game announcement popped up at the corner of his sight. It surprised Max and caused him to flinch slightly. He quickly glanced and noticed it was a chat window. I have a viewer already, he thought, not expecting him to get a viewer this fast. In fact, there was a number at the corner of the chat window. Max wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, he was happy with their reaction. What's left is for me to finish the tutorial with a flying color. Axe selected. The game announcement rang again after he decided to use the axe and return to where he was before. I see you have chosen your weapon. Now, let's duck. Max didn't even spend a second after hearing the older knight's words. He immediately rolled on the ground, using his old knowledge of parkour, and evaded a flying arrow. He was lucky. Due to his reaction, he managed to dodge the surprise attack. However, thud, he's dead. The tutorial knight's fate wasn't good enough. Another arrow coming from the same direction pierced through his head, killing him immediately. Wow, that newbie is lucky. I thought he would die from the silent arrow. Tisk, I was wrong. Ha ha ha, he looks so flustered. Chat was moving rather fast, and Max noticed that some new viewers had joined his stream. He now had around 9 viewers watching him, expecting him to be bad at the game. He wanted to talk to them, but there was no time. The game couldn't be paused unless he was in a cutscene. The knight near him was killed one by one, leaving only him. An army of barbarians appeared in the distance, holding various crude weapons in their hands. At that moment, clap clap clap, a knight on a horse charged in by himself while holding a silver sword from the distance. His figure looked so gallant, and there was a name above his head. Knight Captain Hutch. He noticed Max lying near the trench and shouted, "Follow me, soldier." Ooh, Hutch appeared. That damn handsome knight. I want to punch his face. Even his voice is so good. Agreed. I hate him, but I love him. Newbie. What are you doing? Follow that person. Ah. Max was too stupefied by the sudden death of the knight in front of him and forgot that he was still in a tutorial stage. The knight captain's shout and chat nagging saved him and snapped him out of his thoughts. Another game mission appeared in his vision. Tutorial. Help Knight Captain Hutch and eliminate the barbarian army. Chapter 5. Chapter 5 Success. It seemed like the fighting tutorial had started. Max immediately focused and told himself that he was still streaming. His goal was to impress his few viewers who came to mock a noob to promote him in Night Journey's community forum. Raising his axe, he began to run to Knight Captain Hutch in the distance. A person was able to block 6 barbarians by himself. Help me, soldier. I won't be able to hold them any longer. We can't let them invade the village. Leave it to me. Infected by the Knight Captain's vigor, Max unconsciously answered him with a loud shout. His hand gripped the axe tightly. Due to the heavy weight of his weapon, his movement was slightly restricted. But he moved skillfully through the muddy red ground from blood. He's fast. Is that possible for someone who uses an axe? Damn, he's good. The chat went wild after watching Max's movement. The years of training in parkour paid off. Although he couldn't move for 3 years due to his injury, he still had the basics and knew how to move with a little effort, even while holding something heavy. Jumping high in full armor, Max surprised all the barbarians and even the knight captain. He landed in front of 2 guardians and swung the axe horizontally. Swoosh! The axe mowed down the unarmored barbarians, slicing their bodies in half. Holy shit, the newbie is merciless. Damn, their guts are spilling. Did he not turn off the gore content? Blood. Give us blood. Mori. The viewers were excited. They had never thought that a newbie who had just made his streaming account the same day would be able to play this well. Whoa. Max was also surprised. He planned to scare the barbarian, but he was actually able to jump higher than ever and even swung the heavy axe easily. My body is so light. I can move however I please. A grin crept into his face. The newbie is excited. Lol. Look at his grin. Don't lower your guard, soldier. Knight Captain Hutch warned Max as he killed a barbarian by piercing his heart. Only 3 were left. One of them was running toward Max while brandishing a similar axe. He didn't panic. This was a game, and a game was supposed to be fun and not scary. Come on, he roared in excitement as he moved. 2 axes met each other, creating a spark in the air. A loud clash rang from the collision, and they were both locked in a settlement. However, this was a virtual reality game. Thud. Max kicked the barbarian in the groin, and his enemy slumped in pain. Using this chance, he brought the axe down and killed his enemy in 1 hit. Next, with a bloody axe in his hand, he raised his head to lock at his next target. Soldier, calm yourself a little. Leave the rest to me. Pog. Max froze in place. He read the chat with a surprised expression. First of all, he only planned to jump high enough to dodge the incoming axe. And it was a desperate situation, so he didn't think much about it and just moved. To think he would be jumping higher than a person's height was surprising for him. Thankfully, he responded quickly and front flipped while attacking his enemy. It worked, and Max was happy about it. Whoa, he muttered in amazement. I front flipped over his head. He exclaimed. ... Damn, just damn. It seems like he didn't know he could do that either. Oh 7 good job, soldier. It seems like you will be knighted soon. Oh, right. He will be knighted soon. Kekeki, this will be a fun sight. Knighted. Max muttered as he didn't understand what the viewer meant. From a distance, Knight Captain Hutch approached him with his horse. The white fur and the rider's armor were covered in red. There was a little dent here and there, a sign of a battle. Soldier. He called out to Max in a cold voice as he jumped from his horse and walked toward him. It's here. Knighted scene. Kya. I am so excited. The knight's journey seemed like a peaceful game, but it was actually filled with fights until retirement. And the job of making a player realize that fell to the knight captain. Many players who had played this game called this knighted. And usually, it involved crushing a player's spirit by cursing at them. But, well done. That was a good fight, soldier. No, can you tell me what your name is? I think you're worthy to be called a sir. Hutch actually praised Max and asked his name. Insert your game nickname. At that moment, Max was a bit confused as he was prepared for the worst and stared at the new notification while the chat exploded. What the? ? This bastard. He wasn't as nice to me for the first time. I got slapped twice. Good for you. I got punched 3 times. Looking at the viewers' reaction, Max knew this was the best time to announce his name. Breeze. Breeze has been chosen as the player's name. Sir Breeze. Hutch nodded in approval. Let's return together. The game froze once again, and Max's character moved by itself. It was a cutscene that signified the end of the tutorial. Almost an hour had passed since the stream started. The previous 4 viewers grew to 10, then to 17 as more and more people got curious before Max decided to end his first stream early. Those people began to remember this newbie's name. A certain viewer decided to post a clip in the community forum because it was a strange event that had never happened in Knight's Journey before. The title in the community forum was eye-catching. Viral. The Demon Knight Captain compliments a newbie. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author ShuviLily by link in description. Chapter 6. Chapter 6 Gaining Traction. Knight's Journey Community Forum, aka Knighted, had many active users and was located in a community lobby. Most players would join this lobby to talk about Knight's Journey. They fell in love with the game itself and wanted to do whatever they could to find Easter eggs. And the reliable source to find that was the community lobby. That was why the users often talked about various things and would always get excited when someone posted new things in the new thread that they could bring up on the main screen. However, as a month had passed since the game was released, the new things posted in the forum were getting less and less. Nothing new was posted for a few days already, and people would only talk about the walkthrough and the best way to reach the ending in person. That was why when a user called Freaking Noob posted a thread with an eye-catching title like Viral, the Demon Knight Captain praised a newbie, those bored people immediately swarmed the post. On top of the post, the user puts a description. As usual, I went hunting for noob and first-time streamers to have a good laugh at their funny reaction when playing Knight's Journey for the first time. But, damn, I found a really good noob, and Hutch even asked his name. Be careful, he didn't turn off the gore content. Attached video.mp4. Under that description, a video was attached. It was a clip when Max jumped higher than a barbarian's head and killed him after front flipping. Following that, Max was approached by Hutch and was praised. The Knight Captain also asked his name and addressed him politely like a proper knight, not as a small fry. Is that really a newbie? I doubt it is a newbie. His movement in the video is like a pro. Here is the link of his stream, attached link. Don't lie to us, thread starter. You must have edited that video or recorded your friend who has already played Knight's Journey for a month. Even so, it's still impressive. He's a real newbie. I also watched his stream earlier, like Freaking Noob, and was surprised. Here is the screenshot of his streaming account. Attached image.jpg. For real. If the screenshot is accurate, then he made his streaming account today. I just saw his channel. Damn, his reaction definitely belonged to a newbie. This is probably also the first game he played. For real, I also checked. The system also put up his goal in the profile, setting it to 500 followers. It showed 14/500ths, filling the sword icon slightly. There were also links that connected to his social media, which he didn't know existed. He just needed to add some content in the future when he was ready. It was as if he had a personal manager that helped him to set his channel up like those streamers signing with an agency. So the reward written is not actually fixed. It can give me an extra if I finish it way faster than the deadline or better than what the system wanted me to do. This time was easy because he only needed to get 5 followers. Following someone in Punch was free. The viewers just needed to press the follow button, which would give them a pop-up notification once their followed streamer started their livestream. That brought him to the next problem. Less than quest. Can I eat from donations? Obviously, a streamer needs money. Let's get your first donation milestone before the end of Knight's Journey. Progress. 0.50 diamonds or 0.1000 dollars. Reward. 1 XB grade nutritional supplement. Deadline. 5th livestream, 0/5. Failure to complete the quest will result in the system being uninstalled. Greater than 50k diamonds or $1,000. Can I achieve this much in 5 livestreams? The nutritional supplement reward was really great. It was also a B grade, the third best among 5 grades out there, starting from S to D. And there was something that changed slightly in the deadline. Does this mean I need to finish the game in my 5th stream? Or do I just need to reach the goal? It was vague, but that was what Max understood from this new deadline. I can just try my best. Knight's Journey is a short game, so it maybe won't be strange if I finish one run in my 5th stream. For now, let's log out and eat. Reading the new quest makes me hungry. With that, Max hit the logout button, and his character, which resembled his real self, disappeared from the community lobby. Chapter 7. Chapter 7 Breaking the Barrier. Inside his room, the VR capsule opened, and Max climbed out. His body was slightly covered in sweat even though the capsule had a cooling function. While it wasn't good enough because it was the worst capsule out there, it should be enough to keep him from sweating a lot. Max was drenched because his concentration was high, and he did a rather advanced movement in the game. I guess this is why I feel rather tired and hungry, huh? I can't play too long without the nutritional supplement. I would be too tired, and my performance would worsen. He pulled his collar, looking down at his drenched clothes. It felt uncomfortable, so he removed it and put it in an automatic washing machine in the bathroom. The future is so convenient. He commented with a smile as he put on a fresh shirt. To be honest, calling it the future might not be entirely correct. Max wasn't sure whether he was in the future or a different world, as he didn't really like history and couldn't differentiate what happened in the past through literature and records. The names of the countries in the world were also slightly different from what he remembered. Even the country he stayed in was called the United Nations, and it was located in where North America was in his original memories. Anyway, the most important thing was that he had been given a second chance at life and was really hungry. Picking up his jacket, he pulled the hood up and left the room. It was locked automatically and could only be opened with his biometrics. Then he walked down the hallway and left the slightly run-down apartment through the elevator. Max's apartment complex wasn't exactly the best. He could only stay there thanks to the government support. Actually, he also wanted to move to a better place, mainly for safety reasons. But that was enough. He was happy enough with the blessing of walking and living again. With a smile, he walked away from the location, through a rather dirty alleyway to the main street of Lime City, where some restaurants were located. The feeling of moving his feet in real life felt great, especially since he headed to have a meal. It was a real meal and not a hospital meal. That was why he bothered to go to a restaurant where he could order food from a drone delivery. It became one of Max's joys besides streaming. Maybe I should make a mukbang streaming in the future. It would be great if some restaurants sponsored me to advertise their place. Before long, he had arrived at a small restaurant with a few guests inside. This place sold spicy noodles, something he began to like after trying it in the past 3 days. Not only was it cheap, but it also had a big serving and was delicious. Welcome. A cheerful voice from the waitress greeted him as soon as he entered. She was an energetic girl with short brown hair. This girl was Nina, and according to Max's fragmented memory, they had known each other for quite some time and were the same age, reaching 19 just a few months ago. Eat a lot. I will go now. Other customers need me. Nina strode away and helped the other customers with their orders. Max only smiled softly before he looked at his meal. Thanks for the food. He gobbled it down in one go due to how delicious it was. After he was done eating, he returned to his apartment and did what he had planned while exercising lightly, such as doing push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, as he sourced the internet. The information about Knight's journey was easy to find, and he could expect what kind of mission he would get next. However, as this game's story depended on a player's choice, Max also couldn't rely on the internet's information alone. With his progress so far, he could also be entering a hidden route because he had triggered a different event that hadn't been seen before. When the digital clock reached 6 p.m., Max stopped his research and entered his capsule. Let's start. Max muttered as he entered his lobby, the grass plain without anything. He immediately loaded the game and started the stream in Punch. Livestream start. The game booted at the same time the notification appeared before him. His vision changed once again into a medieval city where he walked down the road with Knight Captain Hutch riding a horse in front of him. Max was surprised, not because of how realistic and beautiful the medieval city was, but because of the number that was written under the chat window. Viewers, 386. He broke the 300 viewers barrier in his second stream. Oh, he's here. Finally, I am curious about the cutscene. Cutscene where? Breeze, is it? Let's see whether you're a real newbie or a smurf. Kind Hutch. I want to breed him. Why are you gay? Is the cutscene going to be different now? The chat was moving even faster than the time he got a rampage in his last livestream in his previous life. Max's jaws dropped as he shouted in his mind. For real. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Last Tutorial. Max knew that he would have increased viewers if he streamed, thanks to the thread posted in the Knighted Lobby community forum. But 300 viewers were more than he had expected. I thought I would only get 50 or 70 curious viewers at most. His jaw dropped in surprise. But the stream had started, and he couldn't look stupid even when the game world was still paused. The cutscene hadn't started yet. A window to play it hovered in front of him, with the words, "Play," glowed a blue light. There was one thing he needed to do before greeting his viewers. Hello. Max waved his hand cheerfully at the floating camera. Hi, Breeze. Yahoo. We are back. Show us the cutscene. Is it different from the normal one? Damn, just start the cutscene already. Some viewers complained about the cutscene, but that was normal. Their curiosity about the cutscene after Hutch praised him was at an all-time high. The source of this content November L by N. Ha 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 ha, wait a little bit. Welcome back to those watching from the start. This time, I turned the gore content off. Sorry for what happened earlier. He laughed to brush off any sign of nervousness. No worries. It's an honest mistake. I don't mind. Thank God. I don't want to see guts spilled. You learned, newbie. Ha ha ha, yeah. His laughter turned dry. Let's not wait any longer and continue Knight's journey from where we left off earlier. Let's go. Show us the cutscene. Now. Max nodded at the chat and pressed play. Instantly, the world moved once again, and he couldn't move his character. I am moving by myself. Max exclaimed loudly. Ha ha ha, it's a cutscene. Of course, you won't be able to move freely. So far, it's similar to a normal one. Yeah, they are just walking toward the knight's barrack. But don't you think Hutch and the horse look a bit fresh? Fresh? Do you mean unscratched? Yeah, they definitely are. Even when he knew that he wouldn't be able to move freely during a cutscene, experiencing it himself was slightly different from his expectations. It felt strange. It's as if my body isn't mine, and many ropes restrain me. I won't be able to get used to this feeling. Max's character moved slowly, following Hutch, who was leading him on a horse. His axe was slung over his shoulder. While he was curious about it, he needed to stop the chat before it went awry. Don't fight, guys. Let's see what the mission is about. He calmly stated as he waited for Hutch to give him the mission. It didn't work, but at least no one made a provoking chat anymore. The viewers were too excited to calm down, and a row of text was sent in a matter of a second. The knight captain approached him and raised his sword. Max was startled by the sudden movement, but it didn't seem he wanted to attack him. Instead, he held the sword straight in front of him and declared, "We have received information about the remaining barbarian army in the west, near the mountainous area. Scout and report back to me. We need to know how many barbarians are left before advancing to deal with them." As soon as Hutch finished speaking, a game notification popped in front of him. Last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Ratcore Ner mountains. At that time, Max's vision changed. He could see a glowing light in the distance, specifically in the west. Is that the quest's objective? He guessed. I will do my best, sir. Good. I am counting on you, Sir Breeze. Once again, the chat exploded with text. Scouting. Is there a mission like this? The west of Ratsack City in the Ratcore Ner mountains. Kekaki, Rat Corner. A fitting place for the barbarians' remaining army. How exciting. So there is a mission like this in the tutorial. I am not looking forward to what happens when he finishes this and enters the main story. So this mission is also different from what you guys did? Max asked the chat as he walked away from the stable to the west. Yeah, we fought all night. That guy was annoying. He kicked my butt. You really love getting kicked. Although he also kicked my butt. Is that so? My condolences, guys. Max looked at the camera with an apologetic face and put his hands together. This guy. Don't be happy with just a tutorial. There are many times your butt will get kicked in the future. Or slapped. Or both. Ha ha ha. Well, let's just finish this mission first. The mission said it's the last tutorial, so I guess I will enter the main story soon. Because the viewers got unhinged and wanted him to suffer, he ignored them for now and went to the quest location, shown by a glowing light in the distance. It's time for the mission. Hell yeah. Forget scouting, just kill them all. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. My axe crave for blood. 1. Max's vision changed once again once he passed through a thin layer of light at the entrance of the stable area. He had expected this to happen, so he wasn't that surprised. He appeared at the top of a mountain, behind a cover of a bush. The sky was already dark, night had arrived. It was the perfect time for a scouting mission. The ground was uneven, and he almost tripped when he took a step forward. Thankfully, Max was able to stop tripping and regain his footing by holding the tree near him. I guess I am in the Ratcore Ner mountain now. He muttered as he looked around the surrounding area. Max was standing on a rather steep slope facing an animal trail and forest. He was now wearing a dark cloak instead of full plate armor. His axe was still slung over his back in an easy-to-reach manner. There were signs of light from torches in the distance, moving around held by two people. Beyond the forest was an opening in the wall, looking similar to a cave entrance. Max was able to see barbarians guarding the entrance through the trees. 2 barbarians guarding the entrance, huh? Can I count this as completing the quest already? Are you joking? There should be mission progress. Check your quest tab. There must be new information. Knight's Journey won't be called a challenging game if it's that easy. Screw reconnaissance. If they died, the mission would finish nonetheless. Blood. I crave blood. My axe wants blood. I can't. I need blood. The viewers provided some useful information, while some were crazy for blood. I see. Let me see the mission progress. Following the viewers' information, he opened the mission page, and a blue window appeared in front of him. Last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Ratcore Ner mountains. Progress. 2. Barbarians found. Indeed, there was a new progress bar. Max couldn't see how many barbarians there were due to the progress halving, instead of a real number. But he knew that he needed to find all of them to finish the mission. Also, some of the viewers had a good idea to kill them all. Is it possible to kill them, though? It should be. Are we going to see blood? Behead them. Chill, guys. I don't want to get a warning from Punch. This chapter is updated by Axe needed to stop them from saying blood too much. He was worried that a warning from Punch would be issued for him. Also, while he agreed with the chat, he didn't want to complicate this mission and would like to progress to the main story because he couldn't play for too long due to his current condition. There was probably another entrance from above the cliff or something, but Max's time was limited, and it wasn't worth the effort. So, his choice was simple. Just storm from the front and kill everyone trying to stop him. Max grabbed his axe and prepared himself. The barbarians were lowering their guard, thinking that tonight would be peaceful like the other nights. They didn't even guard the entrance seriously as they yawned. Leaves swayed gently, and the sound of bugs resounded in the area. The flame of the torch was the only illumination in the dark night, and both guards were bored because they were left for duty while their friends were playing inside the hideout. They just wanted the night to pass sooner so they could sleep. That was why. Thud. When an axe flew and got embedded in one of the barbarians' heads, the other one couldn't react properly. He only stood there, looking at his friend's corpse with widened eyes. SSH. Don't make a noise. Before the barbarian could speak, Max was already in front of him and grabbed his sword, unsheathing it, and slit his throat in one fluid movement. Understanding the game's mechanics, Max could utilize all his specializations, including running from 0 to top speed in less than a second. Covering 3 meters distance was nothing for him. After killing both guards, Max picked up his axe again and grinned. He casually strode inside the cave while the chat exploded. Holy shit, axe throw. Headshot. Woohoo, that's the blood we want to see. Damn, he's so good. Breeze. His movement makes no noise, like a breeze. Some viewers watched him from the nighted lobby. They joined a new thread created when Breeze started streaming earlier, and it was filled with many curious people who came from the clickbaity title. Breeze's livestream Knight's Journey new route. He's killing the barbarians in a breeze. Attached link. This guy is a real newbie, right? That movement. He's able to move quietly and throw the axe with precision. Come and see. He's a badass. Attached video.mp4. Look at this. He got a new mission and came to decimate the barbarians. Whoa. Does he throw his weapon? And it landed on the barbarian's head. I need to watch him. I will see whether it's real or not. His punch link is above. He's currently live streaming. This thread attracted many people who were curious about the title. They all watched the attached video and were surprised. As a result, many curious viewers came to his livestream, only to see more absurd things Breeze did in the Knight's Journey. Chapter 10. Chapter 10 My Axe Crave for Blood. 2. The interior of the cave was dark. The only source of illumination was weak candles lining against a wall. Even then, it still couldn't help much due to the terrain and rugged wall that covered some corners. Barely able to see in the dark, Max walked carefully, hugging the wall before turning on the corner. Even if he planned to storm in from the front, it would be bad if many barbarians surrounded him at once. Max also couldn't turn around and leave to report to Hutch anymore, not after killing the 2 guards who could alert the barbarians inside if they checked. The cave is longer than I thought, he muttered to himself. But as the VR capsule caught every movement and voice, no matter how small it was, the viewers were able to hear him. It's long and dark. Someone, turn the light on. Ha ha ha, there is no electricity here. Max laughed at the chat as he kept walking. He passed through a smaller entrance and found a light. Oh, look at this. The light is turned on. Somehow, the viewer's words came true. The area around the corner was bright, and Max was able to hear some laughter from that direction. He carefully peeked and found a large room. From what he could see, there were at least 10 barbarians, and one of them looked stronger than the others. He had a large body and held 2 axes, laughing as he showed off his juggling skill. The others were drinking booze straight from the bottle, laughing merrily without any care of the world. A stench of booze hit his nostrils, causing him to frown slightly. Unable to bear the smell, Max retracted his head and pinched his nose. The smell of alcohol. It's so bad I almost puked. He growled in a low voice. But at least I found how many of them there are. Having a plan in his mind, he moved a bit away from the large room as he smirked. His eyes flashed a dangerous glint as he picked up the candle on the wall. There are at least 10 people. Even if you're a good player, it will be hard to take care of them. Blood. Kill them all. Let him cook, guys. Let him cook. I am curious about what he will do. This chapter is updated by Candle. What can he do with that? Stay calm, guys. I do have a plan in mind. Max spoke to his viewer as he returned to the large room. He pulled down his hood and hid his face. I promise there will be blood. Woohoo. Max needed to end this soon unless he wanted to die from the lack of oxygen. What? Fire. Put that off, idiot. The 9 barbarians panicked, running away to the corner where it was safe. He's cooking them. Damn, he literally cooked those barbarians. What did I say? Let him cook. Don't you understand that alcohol can burn easily? Max commented casually as he took a sword from the ground and ran to the side of the room. Due to the game mechanics, the players were able to use everything in the area, including the enemy's weapons. The choice Max made in the beginning only affected his gameplay in the future and the choice of a weapon he would get in the main story. Other than that, there was no limit to how to play Knight's Journey. Max ran toward the barbarians. They were surprised by the fire, some were burnt because alcohol spilled on their bodies. None of them died yet, however, and they were still dangerous. And when he reached the fiery pit, Max suddenly jumped and ran on the slightly smooth wall, throwing the sword in his hand. Fuck. Cheating. That's cheating. Wall run. He's wall running. Pog pog pog. Breeze has turned this hard fight into a breeze. The chat immediately burst into excitement as a row of texts ran. The wall run made them crazy. How the fuck is that humanly possible? The wall is almost smooth, unlike the outside. This guy's nuts. Max kept his concentration in dealing with the barbarians and had no time to read them yet. One barbarian got killed by the sword piercing his heart. The others began angrily running toward Max, brandishing their swords and axes. 8 more. He counted and jumped away to the other side of the fire. It should be doable. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. My axe crave for blood. 3. Max landed beside the large barbarian's body. He took the corpse's 2 axes tightly in his hands and faced the incoming barbarian with a courageous smile. There was no need to be afraid in a game. My axes crave for blood. He ran toward the incoming barbarian's army even faster than before. Due to the room condition, there were many obstacles that hindered them. That created a perfect barricade he could use to fight them one by one. Kill him. Murder him. Chop him. They roared in anger as Max came toward them. Lowering his stance, Max first dealt with the 2 barbarians in front. His axes easily cut them through in half. The quality of the new axes he got was better than the last. Sweet. He grinned. It seemed obvious that he would lose. But everyone's expectation was turned when Max easily dodged the incoming attack. He jumped, swinging his axe. Another barbarian died with that, and he used the corpse to propel himself to the side. It's like watching a movie. This guy's movement is crazy. Once again, he's a newbie. Though it didn't appear like that, he's a newbie who only played Knight's Journey today. Max didn't stop there. Using the wall as if it were the ground, he pounced toward the other barbarian and beheaded him. His movement was fluid, like water, and his feet were moving in a blur. No attacks reached him as he moved even more versatile than a monkey. One swing from the axe was the only thing needed to deal with each barbarian. Their large, bulky body couldn't move as fast as Max's lean but flexible one. Not to mention, they weren't really trained or ever fought in a terrain covered in fire and against a person who could do wall run. Stop moving around like a monk. Swoosh. Max felt like he heard something he didn't like, so he instinctively threw an axe toward the barbarian's direction and beheaded him. Only 4 barbarians were left, and they realized that they were fighting a monster in human skin. Attack him at once. One of them commanded, and the others followed suit. This time, they used a tactic and came from different directions rather than rushing toward him like before. For a barbarian, it's surprising they use such a tactic. They are only barbarians in name. There is no need to find them. Let the rats die in this ratcore ner cave. Max slung one axe over his shoulder and secured another one on his waist. Afterward, he traced back his way to the exit. He had heard a loud banging from the wooden door behind him but chose to ignore it and let it burn. The other exit didn't exist like what he initially expected, after all. Everyone who wanted to leave must go the same path as him. Besides, last tutorial. Scout for the barbarian army in the west of Ratsack City. They are hiding around Ratcore Ner Mountains. Progress. 12/12 barbarians found. The mission was finished. It seemed like finding a corpse and hearing the voice of the locked barbarian also counted as finding them. We did it, Max said with a big smile as he stepped out of the cave, pumping his fist to the hovering camera. That was easy. What an absurd way to finish it. Corpses are barbarians. Found as found. There was nothing wrong with his way. Blood. I am satisfied. New axes, how scary. Rather, teach us how to do wall run. New reactions sprung one after another. Mostly, they asked about how he could do a wall run and talked about how well he fought. Max liked the reaction and the lack of the word, blood, in the chat. Reading the chat was fun, but something caught Max's attention as he planned to return to the night barrack. It was the stream notification that he had finished the mission and could take the reward. He claimed the reward by clicking the hovering button, and the stream notification popped up. Mission completed. 5,000 diamonds have been donated. Ooh, thank you for the 5,000 diamonds. I really appreciate it. Max's tone was filled with happiness as the stream mission was completed. Look at this guy. He's happier getting money instead of completing the quest without a scratch. The fact that he was happier from this made me mad. But he's so good. Maddening has donated 300 diamonds. Breeze. How did you do the wall run? Tell us. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Have you heard of Breeze? 1. Oh. 300 diamonds. Thank you for maddening. As for the wall run. Max paused for a second and looked around. He wanted to find a good wall to show how he did the wall run and finally found one. Without wasting anything or even preparing, Max began to run toward the wall and jumped. His right foot landed on the wall first, then, he began running as if he were on the ground and jumped after approximately 10 meters. Hup. He landed safely and looked at the camera with a smile. Just like that. That doesn't explain anything. Show us how to do it. With instruction. That's troubling. Max scratched his cheek as his smile turned wry. I don't know how to explain it. It just came naturally to me. It wasn't like he didn't want to explain it to his viewers, but he didn't know how to. Running on the wall or moving around obstacles was a skill Max obtained after training rigorously. It was already planted in his mind, and he remembered how to do it. Because VR used his brainwave to move his character, moving like that became easier. If this were the real world, even Max wasn't sure whether he could do a wall run like that, at least not with his current body's condition. I already feel a little bit tired. Did I push myself too much in the battle? He thought as he felt his body become heavier. It's best to end the stream right now. It's been like an hour. I will do the main story tomorrow. Deciding that it was time to stop, he bid farewell to his viewers and promised he would return for the main story tomorrow at the same time, 6 p.m. Just as usual, because Max stopped at an exciting place, everyone complained and wanted him to continue. They wanted to see the next cutscene when he reported the mission to Hutch. But Max, already tired, didn't hear them and planned to end the stream anyway. He was confident they would talk about this and clipped what he did. There were many surprising elements he did, after all. The chat also reacted well. Continuing would probably be a bad idea. See you tomorrow. I will stream at the same time again. Well, it's frustrating, but we can't complain. He's a newbie. It's already amazing he can play and stream for so long with that kind of movement. See you tomorrow, Breeze. Rest well. We will be waiting for you. Make some tutorials in the future. See you. Max smiled and pressed the end button. However, they were still expecting Knight's Journey to have at least 1 million peak viewers on the Punch streaming platform to further boost their sales. And the responsibility to think about how to boost sales fell onto the marketing team. As the marketing team leader for Knight's Journey, Taka already had an idea of how to garner popularity and reach the 1 million peak viewers. That was to create an event utilizing the company op function of the game. The event was simple. 3 top Knight's Journey streamers will teach 3 new Knight's Journey streamers how to play and finish the game as fast as possible. In other words, it was a speedrun event. I've found all the veteran streamers, but no interesting new streamers exist. All of them are boring or just straight up copying their seniors. And there is only a week left to submit the names. Taka obviously visited the community forum through his smartwatch to find what he was searching for. This place was the best place to find information. And he made the correct choice. Many new posts popped up in the forum when he opened it. They were mostly about Breeze's livestream from earlier, a new streamer that got a new route in Knight's Journey. That itself wasn't amazing for Taka, but he got interested in the attached clips from the livestream. Breeze made a crazy move. Who is this Breeze? Wall run in Knight's Journey. 360 with an axe is possible. Someone just did it in Knight's Journey. Taka began to wonder what was with those people. Who is this Breeze they talked about? They had never been this excited before, not after the first week of the game release. Because the titles sounded exaggerated, Taka decided to click and watch one of the videos. The clip he chose was mostly about Breeze storming inside the cave alone instead of only scouting. So far, it was normal. But the clip suddenly cut off, and another scene played. In the video, Breeze suddenly jumped and did a crazy wall run. If that wasn't enough, He killed all barbarians easily and ended the fight with 360 spin with an axe, killing 4 barbarians in one swing. When Taka saw what Breeze had done, his jaw dropped, and his hand trembled. He was certain about it. He finally found one. Author note. Hello, author here. We can now vote with Power Stones. If you like the novel so far, please gimme your stone, I appreciate it a lot. Also, do leave a review of what you think of what I write so I can improve my writing. Thank you. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Have you heard of Breeze? 2. This is. Taka shouted loudly as he stood up, knocking the chair he sat on back a few meters. A wide smile crept into his face as he saw the last clip of Breeze execute a 360 axe spin. This is it. This will make the event exciting. No one cares about new streamers. They had no name, and their skill was questionable. Of course, some viewers in the Knight's Journey official Punch account might get interested in those newbies, but their presence would probably be ignored throughout the event as an extra. Everyone would expect senior streamers with acknowledged skills to dominate the game even without the newbies' help. Imagine when the viewers were expecting a new streamer who only started and created his account a week before the event ran on the wall and made out of the world movement. The streaming event would probably explode, and many people would leave comments talking about Knight's Journey. Who is this guy? Taka began to work and operated the hologram screen, trying to find the new streamers and his information. What he found out further baffled him. Today was the streamer's first day. And from his reaction, Taka knew Breeze also hadn't played a game before. In fact, the linked punch in his game account only showed 2 hours of gameplay of Knight's Journey, and there was no list of other games. This guy was a real deal. Taka saw hope for the event to succeed with a bang. I need to contact him as soon as possible. That way, he can finish at least one run and get used to the game before the event. There is no way he will refuse an offer from Biozone Entertainment. In the morning, Max opened the curtain in his room using his smartwatch before sitting on his cheap bed. He had finished all his routine, including a newly added morning exercise. He did this to make his skinny and weak body fit so he could play VR longer. For some reason, it was too good to be true, so he reread it. The date of the program was next week, just 2 days after his supposed 5th or maybe 4th stream. It wasn't just his imagination. There was even a link that he could click to give his reply. Even if he didn't want to connect both, he needed to admit that the system seemed to prepare everything for him. Does the system know this so it limits the deadline using the number of streams instead of days? Getting 50,000 diamonds wasn't as easy as it sounded. He was lucky yesterday because there was someone who got interested in the Knight's Journey mission and gave him a stream mission worth 5,000 diamonds. But he couldn't rely on them. He might not be able to finish the system's quest if he just got 200 or 500 diamonds worth of donations each time he streamed. Speedrun between 3 skilled and newbie streamers teams, huh? Max somehow understood the real goal of this program. It was to make Knight's Journey look exciting. Pro streamers, who had already proven their skill, would need to carry the 3 newbies and go as fast as they could. He could already guess that both streamers needed to be alive to make the speedrun count as finished. It would create a challenge for the skilled streamer and some funny moments for the newbie. But why me? Did they see the forum posts? What he showed in his stream was far from newbie, although he could be counted as one seeing the gaming hours that he purposely didn't hide in his About Me menu. But after thinking it through, he somehow understood why the management invited him. I see. I became a surprise element, huh? Max nodded, his lips curled up as he pressed the link attached to the email. Then, let's accept it. This is a big chance I can't miss. Without a doubt, this could propel his progress as a streamer. Only a fool would not accept this invitation. The reply from the company came fast, just a few seconds after Max sent his reply. It came with an invitation, complete with the Sky Rail ticket, for him to visit Biozone Entertainment's headquarters in New Eden City as soon as possible to discuss further details. Chapter 14. Chapter 14 Knight's Journey Program 1. The meeting with Biozone Entertainment was scheduled for 9 a.m. There were 2 hours left to reach New Eden City and arrive at Biozone Entertainment's headquarters to meet the person responsible for giving Max the details about the event program. Normally, it was impossible, even with a modern car, to reach New Eden City, which was located 2 cities away from Lime City, in under 2 hours. However, the story was different with Sky Rail. As its name suggested, it was a train that used a rail built in the sky between the buildings for easier access to other cities. The train used electricity and could reach more than 500 km/h at full speed. And because the ticket Max got was for a VIP Sky Rail that didn't stop at any station and went straight for the station located near Biozone Entertainment's headquarters, it didn't even take 2 hours to reach his destination. Is this New Eden City? Max muttered as he walked downstairs from the floating station. He wore his best clothes, a white shirt and a tidy blue jacket with matching white and blue pants. Unfortunately, as an orphan who had just graduated from high school, Max had no suit or a formal suit. He just picked the best outfit he had that looked presentable. Well, I am a streamer and not a businessman. Though I hope they won't get offended by my outfit. More importantly, he raised his head and smiled wryly. I didn't arrive at the wrong place, right? The building in front of him stood tall, its sleek silhouette soaring into the sky. Its exterior was shimmering glass with a touch of futuristic features glistening against the sunlight. Atop the skyscraper, proudly adorning its uppermost reaches, the Biozone Entertainment logo, a red bird around a green globe, gleamed. Max didn't arrive at the wrong building. The one in front of him was Biozone Entertainment's headquarters. Max looked at his smartwatch, which showed 8:40 a.m. There were still 20 minutes before the appointment. At first, he planned to show up on time. Unfortunately, there was no hard meal, which disappointed him slightly. This hot chocolate with oats seems to be filling. I can probably eat this for breakfast and go by without food until evening. He thought as he decided on his order and went to a corner with comfy seats. The cheap thinking he gained after transmigrating made him smile just by thinking about free food. It didn't take 3 minutes before what Max ordered was brought to him by a waiter, a steaming hot chocolate with oats floating inside. He didn't know whether it was because he was hungry or never had anything good before, but the smell had him salivating. Max smiled at his choice. This cup of wonderful chocolate would definitely fill his stomach in the morning. But before he could even take a sip, a middle-aged man with glasses approached him. "Are you Mr. Breeze, by any chance?" the man asked with a friendly tone as he stretched his hand. Max stood up and nodded, taking the handshake. He hid his disappointment for not being able to try the hot chocolate before meeting him with a friendly smile. "That's correct, I am Breeze. And you're Mr. Taka, I assume." "Ha ha ha ha, yes." Mr. Taka laughed and released Max's hand. He sat on the chair across from him and gestured, "Let's sit and talk about the invitation. I believe you have read about the plan, yes?" Max sat down and nodded once again. "I have. I believe I am chosen as a candidate for one of the 3 newbie streamers." The email only mentioned the plan and that Biozone Entertainment had planned to make the event. No formal contract or anything in the email said that Breeze would be chosen as one of the lucky streamers to join the program. In other words, Max was here as a candidate and should understand his place. Mr. Taka was happy that Max understood that. He nodded twice before opening a screen above the table. "Indeed, Mr. Breeze." His grin widened after knowing that the streamer in front of him was young but not stupid. He chose the correct person. "Let's discuss the program and the deal, shall we?" "Of course. I am thrilled to discuss this program with you, Mr. Taka." Max replied politely with a meaningful smile that hid his intention. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 Knight's Journey Program 2. First of all, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me explain what this program is for. Mr. Taka started and operated his smartwatch, changing the screen hovering on the table. The blue screen showed an image with an explanation on the side. The program, we called it Speedrun Hell. 3 veterans with 3 newbies. Not the best name, I know. But it gives context and makes the viewers curious. Ha ha ha. That's what's important in this business. This chapter is updated by Axe laughed together with Mr. Taka. He agreed that the name sounded so cliché and bad, but he also agreed that it gave enough context while invoking the viewer's curiosity. I can think of a better name, but I should just agree with him. The negotiation had started, and Max knew Mr. Taka wanted to see his reaction to the title and the program. For now, he should just listen and not interrupt him until the explanation was finished. The program is simple. We have already invited 3 veteran streamers who have proved their skills and are in the top 10 of Knight's Journey speedrun. Mr. Taka started. He pushed his glasses up and had a serious expression. Unlike the normal story, the speedrun only includes defeating a barbarian army and taking over a fort. There are many speedruns categories, but we chose the hardest and the one that took the shortest time. Currently, the duo's world record is 48 minutes 32 seconds. Ah, you just played, right? Do you understand what I talked about? I understand, Mr. Taka. Indeed, I just played a game yesterday, but I have watched many streamers before. Max scratched his cheek and smiled sheepishly. Ha ha ha, I only managed to save enough money to buy one. And yet you played wonderfully. Mr. Taka praised with an honest smile. Because you understand, let's skip this and go to the main issue. We don't hope to create a new world record, but we want to show how exciting Knight's Journey is. This is why we planned this program. As a player, I believe you see the charm of the game, right? Indeed. It's a good game, and I enjoyed playing it so far. The realism of the game is captivating me. Right. That's what we want to show the viewers. Mr. Take exclaimed excitedly. So, Mr. Breeze, as I already explained the goal of our program, let's talk about the contract. As the representative of Biozone Entertainment's marketing team, I invite you to join this program. Oh, that. My apologies. It seems that I have sent a non-revised version. Mr. Taka laughed dryly, noticing his mistake. Time was valuable, and after watching the entire VODs of Breeze's streams last night, Mr. Taka decided to change the contract slightly. He hadn't had enough sleep and became careless. How embarrassing, he thought as he put up the revised version. Max read it once more. There was nothing changed about the monetary and free game points, but the points for about bonus had changed slightly. If the peak viewers for Knight's Journey managed to pass 1 million a week after the program, Biozone Entertainment will invite the winner of the program into the Biozone monthly segment. The appearance fee and contract will be discussed on a later day. His jaw dropped. The winner would be invited to the Biozone monthly segment. This was a great honor and chance for all streamers in the world. The monthly segment usually talked about games and Biozone Entertainment's affiliated streamers with the most growth in an interview manner. Sometimes, the interviewer also invited the guests to show off their skills in VR. Compared to the program in Max's past life, this monthly segment was more like a monthly game show that was popular among gamers or enthusiasts. Max was interested in this because this monthly segment always had more than 500k viewers on PunkTube, a video streaming platform. It was great publicity. No, it was the best publicity that a newbie could hope for. Even if there was a veteran streamer with him that would become a headlight, Max didn't mind that. As long as he could make his name remembered and create a lasting impression on the viewers, that would be a win for him. I need to win in the program, he thought as his grin widened. I can't waste my chance to show off and spread my name. He raised his head and said, I accept the offer, Mr. Taka. I am looking forward to working with you. Me too, Mr. Breeze. Mr. Taka smiled and shook hands with Max. Let me call our company lawyer to finalize the contract. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Knight's Journey Program 3. What happened after that was smooth sailing. Both parties were satisfied with the condition and signed the contract after Max gave his identity information to Mr. Taka. The marketing team leader was surprised when he found out Max was only 19 years old. He didn't believe the upcoming streamer who could do a wall run and such a crazy movement was a young boy. Max's behavior also didn't reflect his age, he was just sound too mature. After signing the deal, Mr. Taka gave Max another Sky Rail ticket to use to return home and $100 to get some meal as he pitied his condition a little. Max accepted it without hesitation. Money was money, and he would appreciate every bit of it. He knew his body condition well and looked really malnourished because he couldn't afford any supplement. The previous body owner also saved his money and survived with the bare minimum. He wouldn't do that anymore, as he needed to eat to gain the strength and stamina needed to use the VR capsule longer without affecting his performance. And so, after everything was done, Max enjoyed his chocolate with oats, which had already turned out cold, and returned home by Sky Rail. Mr. Taka also returned to the 50th floor, where his office was. He was in a good mood and sat in his seat while humming. I just need to get 2 more newbie streamers. I will just pick those who had less than 50 hours play time and only streamed for a month at most. He murmured, bringing up the Punch website. But as he just did that, ding, someone had sent him an email. Not anyone could and dared to email Mr. Taka, as his position was by no means low. He also limited his email to important business. So, whatever email with the notification was definitely from someone important to him or to the company. Who is it? He muttered curiously as he opened the email. When he saw the sender of the email, Mr. Taka couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Stone Sword. Why did he email me so suddenly? Stone Sword, often called SS, was one of the veteran streamers who joined the Knight's Journey event. He was good at games, mainly about medieval fantasy or realistic medieval offline games. Just as his name implied, he was crazy with a sword and was pretty good with it. At the same time, he was the current world record holder for both solo and duo Capture the Fort, or known as Fort Siege, speedrun in Knight's Journey. Mr. Taka hummed as he opened the email and read it. When he arrived in the middle of the email, his lips curled up into a smile, and it only widened as he finished the email. Interesting. This will work. Welcome, Max. Are you here for lunch? Yeah. Max nodded at her and walked toward his usual seat in the quiet corner. Nina approached him with a smile. The other customers had already started eating and didn't need to be attended for a while. So, are you going with the usual spicy noodles? No. Max shook his head and grinned, causing Nina to tilt her head in confusion. I will have a serving of spicy noodles with pork belly. But I got a job. Before Nina could finish her sentence, which was probably about saying the pork belly was more expensive than the normal noodles, Max cut her off with a silly grin. Really? Nina squealed in excitement. That's great news, Max. Yes. This job will pay me well, and I will be able to get something better. I appreciate all your help from before, Nina. Thank you. I will surely repay you in the future when I am successful. What are you saying? You don't need to do that. The kind waitress smiled wide and patted him on the shoulders. I will tell the chef about your order. It will be $15. But because it's celebratory, I will cut it down to $10. Just don't tell anyone. She winked at him and opened the payment screen. Ha ha ha. Max chuckled, feeling a bit guilty for her kindness. I can pay in full, you know. Just put your smartwatch against the screen. If I said it's celebratory, then it's celebratory. My dad, I meant the chef, will get mad at me if I don't do this. Do you want me to get scolded, Max? Okay. Thank you. Without any other choice, Max paid only $10, and Nina nodded in satisfaction. He was put in an unfavorable position, so he had no choice but to do it. Excessive kindness can be overbearing. He sighed as he saw the waitress walk to the kitchen. Well, I won't go back with my words. I will definitely repay their kindness in the future. At this moment and for a few days, he should focus on growing his channel and getting more audience. Finishing the Knight's Journey was also his priority to fulfill the contract he just signed, so he had to work hard. I will livestream until my body can't move today. I will use this chance to test my limit. Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Main Story, Knight's Lament 1. Max was curious why Mr. Taka targeted 1 million peak viewers in Punch, so he researched it after returning from Nina's restaurant. Just a simple research by typing, 1 million viewers punch, in the search bar gave him a satisfying result. So the game will be put on the Punch's homepage in the New Hot Game section for at least a week if it manages to reach 1 million peak viewers. He muttered as he read the information from the internet. Millions of people would be directed to it every time they opened the Punch website before finding their favorite streamers. So, it was the best place to put promotions or ads. The information in the news website Max read also mentioned the growth of games that were once on Punch's homepage. According to the graph, there was at least a 50% increment in the purchase, and some good games would have more than a 100% increment. This week-long promotion was worth the money spent to invite 6 streamers and hold the event. The other way to appear on Punch's homepage was for a streamer to have more than 100k viewers or a game with more than 2 million total viewers at the time. Of course, they had different sections titled Recommended Streamers and Recommended Games separately. That's why they created this event and set their target so specifically. I thought they just wanted to break a milestone, but I should have known a big company wouldn't do something like that program without a clear goal. Max now clearly understood Biozone Entertainment's goal and thought the reward and the bonus he got from the contract were actually smaller than he should have received. But that reward wasn't his goal from the start. That was just an extra, as he mentioned before. Knight's Journey Punch channel only live-streamed for 2 times, when the game was announced and when it was released. But both livestreams got more than 80k viewers. This time, the viewers wouldn't only come from Knight's Journey Punch channel but from all streamers combined. That meant the viewers would be more than what it achieved in the past. The program can easily reach 100k viewers at the peak. Hiya. It's the best. Naturally, Max hadn't forgotten his system's quest yet and had no plan to abandon it. The reward from the system was too good, and it would help him in a longer term than any other contract. At least, he believed it to be so. It's already 5:50 p.m. he muttered as he looked at the clock at the edge of the screen. I guess I will stream right now. Updated from. Opening his VR capsule, Max climbed inside and activated it. Just as usual, he first appeared in his lobby and started the stream inside. He hadn't changed his first login configuration yet, and it was better this way as he could also start the stream from his lobby. This time, Max decided to change the stream title to a new one. Stream title: Knight's Journey Main Story New Route. Hashtag Night Journey, hashtag chat, hashtag new route, hashtag KJ new route. He even added some tags after the title, imitating some successful streamers in his past life. He didn't know if it would be effective. No one in Punch used this kind of trick for whatever reason, but there was nothing wrong with trying as it didn't breach the rules. The tags were added to make his stream easier to find when someone was using the search tab. This process was known as search engine optimization, or SEO for short, something he learned in his past life. After everything was ready, Max opened the Knight's Journey game. Let's do this. Max walked toward the forest, and his vision suddenly distorted. Once again, he was teleported by the game as a way to cut things short. It would take too much time if players needed to walk from one place to another in an offline game like this. He appeared in what seemed to be an office room with some armor and badges decorating the corners and walls. Sunlight bore through the window, illuminating all corners and casting a shadow on Max's face. At the end of the room was a desk made from oak wood. Knight Captain Hutch was sitting behind it with a sharp gaze that bore into Max's soul. Another cutscene had played. Sir Breeze, you said there are 12 barbarians hiding in Ratcore Ner Mountain. And you said you already cut them off. Yes, sir. I have annihilated them all in the shadow of night. Max's character answered immediately with a clear voice. I see. Hutch nodded at him. Report the details. As ordered, Max's character began to recount the details of his mission. It was just a long conversation, so the world seemed to be played in a fast forward, and Max could move using a half-transparent character that just appeared out of nowhere. It seems to be taking a while. He commented and sighed. I agree. Damn, this is so interesting. What would happen if Breeze just scouts instead of killing them all? So the choice matters too in this case. Can you touch Hutch, Breeze? Slap him. Slap Hutch. Max muttered, caressing his chin. That would be interesting. Many people had a grudge against the Knight Captain for his behavior. They wanted to slap, kick, or punch Hutch back for the treatment they got in tutorials. And Max was actually also interested in Hutch's reaction. A grin crept into his face as he began to walk in his half-transparent state, approaching Hutch. Look, this motherlicker. He's walking toward him. Will he do it? Will he do it? Slap him. Slap him. Punch him. Punch him. The chat got excited as Breeze stopped in front of Hutch. He raised his hand high. And when he reached the highest point, he brought his hand down and slapped Hutch. Slap. A shrill, loud sound echoed in the room, and everything went to a stop immediately. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Main Story, Knight's Lament 2. He did it. He fucking did it. That sounds. It reminds me of my newbie days, but it came from Hutch's cheek. Ding. Hutch Sucks has donated 500 diamonds. Good job. Ah. I am satisfied. Ding. Knight Captain Fans has donated 500 diamonds. That sound reverberated in my soul. 2 donations popped up with countless chats. Some viewers also posted the clip immediately, as no one had ever slapped Hutch before. Meanwhile, Max was confused. The world suddenly stopped as soon as he slapped Hutch, and it rewinded at a fast speed, faster than before. What happened? Following that, red error messages popped up infinitely, filling his visions almost immediately. Everything turned red, including Max's character, Hutch, and the room. It happened instantly and caused Max to panic. The karma. Damn. The game got an error because he slapped Hutch. No one can touch Hutch. What happened? Is Hutch invincible confirmed? A few seconds had passed since the error messages popped up. It disappeared one by one, and the room and situation from earlier returned. Sir Breeze, you said there are 12 barbarians hiding in Ratcore Ner Mountain. And you said you already cut them off. This is. Max looked around and couldn't believe what had happened. Yes, sir. I have annihilated them all in the shadow of night. The cutscene was actually replayed from the start as if nothing was wrong. The dialogue, the movement. Nothing was perfectly played, just like before. It's replayed. Max raised his voice loudly. Lesson learned. Hutch can rewind time. This MF is so op. Thanks for your sacrifice, Breeze. We will remember you. Ding. Axe Lover has donated 500 diamonds. Follow current novels at novelhall.com. Thanks for slapping him. My revenge. It's not for naught. I will remember you. Surprise, MF. He's the commander. This new route is wild. Woah Knight becomes a commander of the front line. Where is the lady? Where is the lady knight? No, my sexy knight lady. The Woah Knight that everyone hated so much for kicking them in tutorials had become a commander, replacing the real commander who should have been leading the mission in the frontline with Hutch. This storyline had turned strange with many differences from a normal one. However, that wasn't too important for Max. There is nothing that changes. Nothing had changed for what he should do. The mission stayed clear and the same. Besides, this was his first run, so any change didn't affect him at all. Is that Woah Knight strong? Max decided to use this time that the Woah Knight spent to have a speech to communicate with his viewers. At his question, the chat exploded with answers. 1 word, he's a bastard. 2 words, he love butt. 3 words, I want to kick his ass. Guys, those are not 1, 2, or 3 words. But I agree. I want to kick his ass too. So you guys agree to kick his ass. Max smiled wryly at the chat's answers. This Woah Knight was hated more than Hutch. Well, the chat didn't hate Hutch but only wanted to get back at him. But this time, their hate was really apparent. Ding. Freaking noob has started a mission. Stream mission. Kick Woah Knight's ass. Reward. 3,000 diamonds. Someone even started a mission for him. And it was a familiar name. However, it didn't end at that. Axe Lover has increased the mission reward to 5,000 diamonds. Woah24 has increased the mission reward to 6,500 diamonds. Ding. ShowMeBlood61 has started a mission. Stream mission. Kill Woah Knight. Reward. 1,000 diamonds. Wait a minute. There are too many notifications. Stop it. He began to panic as the notifications poured in. This wasn't what he expected to happen. Chapter 19. Chapter 19 Battle Against Barbarians Army 1. The windows popped up in front of Max one by one. It filled his vision, just like the error messages earlier. Still, they were all money. His smile widened after he saw the end result of pooling in the mission reward. Curious about why the chat moved so fast and how many viewers donated, he checked his viewers count again. Viewers, 426. Holy, it increased so much. Did someone already post the clip of me slapping Hutch in the forum? That was the only reason why he had that many viewers. He decided to focus and looked at the last notification in front of him. Currently, Max had 2 missions from the viewers. Mission 1. Stream Mission. Kick All Night's ass. Reward. 9,000 diamonds. Mission 2. Stream Mission. Kill All Night. This chapter is updated by. Reward. 1,500 diamonds. The first mission was out of the viewers' hate, while the second probably had his family killed by the All Night. I will accept the mission to kick All Night's butt, but I don't think I will be able to do the second one, so I will have to refuse it. While it was a shame he needed to refuse 1,000 diamonds, killing All Night at this moment would probably lead the mission to failure. Max couldn't really afford that as his playtime was limited, and he needed to finish the game before next week's program. It can't be helped. We should be satisfied with Breeze kicking his ass. This is the only time I saw All Night outside the tutorial. So I will take a kicking. Thankfully, they weren't that disappointed with his choice and were understanding. Max nodded in satisfaction and listened to the knight's explanation for the battle. Hutch was the one who explained the strategy. The cavalry would be split into 2 groups, one under All Night and the rest under Hutch, to launch a sneak attack from the side. Max was given a choice, and he immediately chose to stay under All Night for a frontal assault. Hutch somehow nodded at him in recognition before turning around and leading around 50 knights on horse away. I am glad to have knights with a lot of courage who are willing to protect the Rami kingdom. All Night exclaimed loudly, unsheathing his sword and raising it. Follow me, knights. We will stop the barbarians here. Ooh. The knights shouted loudly as they began to march into the plain, where the barbarians' army was spotted. Max watched the army march forward, their horses kicked the dust into the air. Yes, he only watched. The reason was simple. He was left behind because his horse refused to move. Simple. He became their hate target. There is one knight without a horse. Kill him. Use him as a hostage. I will skin him alive. Various hostile words and curses were thrown at Max as a group of barbarians rushed toward him. Even so, Max wasn't afraid. He ignored the shout from the All Night and charged fearlessly toward the angry barbarians. Blood, blood, blood. We will see a massacre. Do it. Kill them all and kick All Night's ass. No one doubted him. Max's skill and control over his movement were top tier, even though he was still a pretty unknown streamer. Dealing with 5 barbarians in front of him should be easy. The others were busy with the knights who returned to flank from the side, something he appreciated. How many barbarians can I kill? Max licked his lips in excitement as he jumped higher than ever. It easily reached 2.5 meters, and he landed in the middle of the barbarians. He grinned. Max spun and cut the 5 barbarians in 2 using his right foot as a pivot. Red liquid spurted out as their bodies fell with a loud thud, drenching his armor. Then, he finished his sentence, take a guess. There it is. It comes. The 360 axe spin. Damn it. He's too good. Be careful, behind you. Reading the comment, Max quickly turned around and saw a sword flying toward him at a fast speed and precision. Clang. Fortunately, he raised his axes at the perfect time and parried the flying sword. Tisk. A barbarian clicked his tongue. He was the only one wearing a helmet with 2 horns among them. And, at first glance, he was easily taller than 2 meters. That's the leader, no? Max asked the chat. Yeah, that's the mid-boss. Trouser the thrower. Be careful, Breeze. That one is stronger than all barbarians. I died 5 times against him. Perfect. He's taller than me. Instead of getting scared, Max was actually getting excited. This was the first boss he would fight. And this boss was perfect for him to test his limit. I will show you guys something new. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 Battle against Barbarians Army 2. The knights surrounded the barbarians' army. Woah managed to find a hole in their defense, thanks to Max's suicide attack earlier. They didn't let it go and rounded up the barbarians at once. Meanwhile, on the foot of a hill a bit away from them, Max had started his battle against the boss, Trouser the Thrower. Stop moving around. With a flick of fingers, Troust threw knives toward Max. They were fast and precise. Max swiftly dodged the projectile, his body moving like a wind. He twisted his body and arched his back. The knives only hit the air, embedding themselves into the ground. In response, Max threw one of his axes toward Trouser. It spun in midair with an amazing speed and flew straight toward the barbarian. Clang! A loud sound echoed as the axe hit Trouser's shield, creating a deep bend and injuring the barbarian. Blood trickled down his left arm, which was numb from the impact. Ah! What power! Pained grunts escaped Trouser's lips as he prepared to throw another batch of knives. However, when he raised his head, Max was already gone. Where is he? Trouser looked around, gripping 3 knives between his fingers. Behind you. With a powerful swing of his axe, Max aimed at Trouser's arm, bringing his weapon up with all his might. However, clang! Trouser managed to block the attack with his bent shield. They collided and created a spark. And before Max could bring his axe back, the barbarian grabbed the hilt with his hand. A grin crept into the barbarian boss's face. I got you. He brought his other hand, which gripped 3 knives down, aiming at Max's unprotected face. Without hesitation, Max abandoned his only weapon and jumped away. He managed to dodge the swift attack in a hairbreadth and exhaled in relief. That was close. I underestimated him too much. True. Trouser isn't a boss you can defeat by yourself. It's a goddamn raid boss. This guy is a menace. Run, Breeze. You won't be able to kill him. The chat became anxious and gave out tips when they saw Max struggling against Trouser. In the normal playthrough, players would attack the leading barbarian's army together with the other knights. They would reduce their numbers slowly before battling the boss, Trouser, together with the others. Even so, the boss would always manage to defeat at least more than 10 knights before it went down. That was how strong Trouser the Thrower was as a boss. You've done well injuring his arm alone. Damn guy soloing Trouser and is alive for so long. What will you do? What will you do? Is it an air run? Impossible. Axe 360 again. Unalive him with that move. It's not Axe 360, Max responded to the chat while jumping around. The fury of knives hadn't stopped yet, and the battle behind him still raged. The knights still needed some time before defeating all the barbarians. Before that happened, Max planned to defeat Trouser alone without any help. That viral clip. I won't let the knights ruin it. Powered with a desire to create a viral clip, the first time soloing Trouser, Max increased his speed further. He parried some with his axe and twisted his body to avoid others, narrowly escaping the deadly dance of blades. Oh, you're approaching me. Trouser growled loudly, throwing his shield away. Come. Knowing his knives were useless, the barbarian boss took 2 kukris from his back and rushed toward Max. His large figure looked like a train. Each of his steps shook the ground and left behind a deep footprint. Compared to Max, he was twice as big and probably also twice as strong. However, he's slow and he can't react fast. His reaction earlier was just from his instinct. That was what Max wanted to exploit. When they got close to each other, he executed his plan. With a powerful leap, Max soared into the air, executing a mid-air spin that left the viewers in awe. As he descended, his axe also swung down with him. In a breathtaking moment, Trouser was unable to respond, and Max executed a perfect attack, cleaving the barbarian boss in half through the skull. Swoosh! Crash! Unable to bear the burden, the axe cracked into pieces as Max landed behind Trouser's body. The battlefield and the chat fell silent for a moment as everyone registered the stunning maneuver. Then, With energies that could be felt even through texts, the chat erupted into cheers, celebrating Max's remarkable victory. Woah! Damn! What did? He just did a wheel spin. He freaking split trouser in half. Breeze wheel. Scary. Is this man truly not cheating? More than that, he soloed trouser the thrower. He freaking won. Solo trouser. Indeed. Max's mid-air forward spin wasn't only surprising, but it was a move that also broke the first time. He became the first player that soloed trouser the thrower, a boss that needed a squadron to defeat. Today, a history had been made. Woah! Everyone would remember Breeze whether they liked it or not. I did it. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Rounding Up Enemy. Moonlover41 has donated 200 diamonds. Mebeautiful has donated 300 diamonds. I was here. I was here. Maddening has donated 500 diamonds. Crazy. 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 Breeze is crazy. I was here. I want to become Breeze's student. Take me in. Axe Lover has donated 1000 diamonds. Take my money. The donations in chat poured in without stopping. It was how great Max's achievement of soloing trouser was. The viewers were excited and amazed. Some viewers also posted clips and new threads immediately in the community forum. Some curious people joined the livestream, pumping up the viewers to pass the 400 mark. Thank you for the donations. Moonlover41, thank you for the 200. Mebeautiful, thank you for the 300. And Medening and Axe Lover. I really appreciate all your support. Max recited the names one by one, thanking the viewers who gave him donations. Axe Lover and Maddening weren't unfamiliar names. In fact, Max remembered Axe Lover as he gave him his first stream mission, and Maddening had donated to him before. In the end, the donations for today alone, including what he got before, reached 4,700 diamonds. Crazy. He still couldn't believe it even when he saw the notification in the corner of his vision. However, Max couldn't stop there yet. There was still another mission. Now, let's kick Woah Knight's ass. Let's go. The barbarians are panicking now that Trouser is dead. It's your chance. Use this riot to kick him. That's the plan. Just as the chat mentioned. After Max killed Trouser, the barbarians' army looked shaken, and the knights managed to push them, causing them to spread. No one but Max. Die. Pang. The barbarian released the string, and the arrow flew straight at a fast speed, splitting the wind. Max's brain worked at an incredible speed as he saw the arrow going toward him. Time seemed to slow down slightly as he decided what to do. Evading the arrow was easy, but Woah Knight would get hit in the back. He didn't seem to notice the incoming arrow. No matter what, if Max wanted to finish the game perfectly, he needed to help Woah Knight. Also, isn't this the perfect time? He finally had a reason to kick Woah Knight's butt. Without hesitation, Max quickly ducked and stretched his leg. It was fast, and the wind split. A bone-cracking sound rang loudly when his metal boot hit Woah's soft butt that wasn't covered in armor. Crack. Ag. A painful yell resounded as the commander was sent flying to the side. He rolled around the ground before stopping himself and glared at Max. What the heck are you do? Zoop. Woah's shout was interrupted by an arrow embedded in the ground beside Max. He stopped and turned around, looking at the archer that the nearby knight stopped. Commander, are you okay? One of the knights shouted worriedly. Realization washed over Woah Knight as he slowly turned to Max, who stood up with a complex expression. His anger was gone. Did you just save me? The commander asked. My apologies. I don't know how to do it gently. It's an urgent situation, Max answered while bowing his head. His expression couldn't be seen. And no. The commander shook his head in guilt. I should be the one apologizing. If you didn't blow me away, that arrow would lodge in my head. You have saved my life, thank you. He patted Max on the shoulder. You should rest, Sir Breeze. Leave the rest to me and the other knights. Good work. With that, Woah Knight walked away to his horse and jumped up. He groaned in pain while rubbing his butt, but a satisfied smile was on his face. Meanwhile, Max kept his head down low before walking away from the battlefield. His expression looked weird, as he had tried his best not to laugh loudly from the notification from both the streaming platform and the game. Mission completed. 9,000 diamonds have been donated. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Curious Streamer. The nighted lobby was filled with many people on weekend nights as people didn't need to work and wanted to have fun. It boasted considerable traffic with users and streamers. Random posts kept appearing on the forum, usually featuring big streamers who managed to gain achievement, tips and tricks, and someone who found a new route. A big-time streamer with an average of 20k viewers, Flexi, tried to find some information about tips and tricks to win the program he was invited to by the Knight's Journeys marketing team. The source of this content November L by N. He wanted to find Stonesward's video on the forum and learn from it. Not only that, but he also wanted to create an ideal plan to clear the stage as fast as he could with a newbie who was potentially not that good at the game. However, everyone on the forum constantly mentioned the same user today. Who is this Breeze? The top to the 5th post mentioned the same name but with a different title. Look at my butt. Knight got kicked on the butt by Breeze. Slapping Hutch. Breeze causing the system error lol. Front spin and split in half. First managed to solo trouser the thrower, Breeze. No one can doubt Breeze's skill. Breeze's wall run and analysis. Flexi caressed his chin in wonder. He opened the thread, and saying that he was surprised to the point he jumped from the bench wasn't an overstatement. This guy is nuts. The first video Flexi watched was the wall run and 360 axe spin. He was impressed by the movement and the fact he could pull such moves, not just one, but many times. That meant Breeze didn't pull it out of luck, but due to his skill. Flexi proceeded to the other threads and watched all the videos. He couldn't help but grin when he saw Breeze slap Hutch and kick Knight. Good job. Just like everyone else, he was also a victim to those people. So he was pretty satisfied when he watched someone else manage to exact the victim's revenge against those two knights. At the end of the thread, the link to Breeze's link was attached. Flexi found it and curiously clicked on it, bringing him to Punch's website. Oh, he's live streaming now. Flexi crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand, smiling softly. He was interested in how Breeze played live and how many viewers he got. Damn, 500 viewers. He exclaimed in surprise, and this is his second day streaming. This guy has crazy growth. He's even faster than me in newbie days. And so, Flexi returned to his speedruns research. Meanwhile, Max was currently in the middle of chaos, surrounded by barbarians, army in the second main story he got. Brandishing his rare axe in his right hand and a crude one in his left, he roared loudly. Come, barbarians, give me your blood. Blood. Blood blood blood. Our axes crave blood. Hi-ya-ha. Let him again, guys. He's planning to massacre them all. Max was really motivated. The reason was clear. It was because he got another mission from his viewers. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Kill every barbarian in the army. Reward. 100 diamonds per kill. 5 minutes had passed since he got this mission and advanced toward the barbarians' army. And currently, Breeze's kill count had reached 12. This was Max's chance to fill the system quest's progress. He still needed more than 30k diamonds to finish it and get the B-grade nutritional supplement he badly needed. Let me suck all those blood until you have none. I will kill at least 100. No, 200 barbarians today. Please stop. Ha ha ha. This guy is crying. Rest in peace, money. Only money can make Breeze get this motivated. We will remember you, bloodsucker. I want to be Breeze. Carrot carrot dream on. Carrot carrot I will. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Throwing Frenzy. Come at me. Max shouted loudly and rushed toward the nearby barbarians with a feral grin. He just needed to be careful and kill them slowly. No need to rush. There were more than 500 barbarians in the main army, while there were only around 400 to 450 knights after the last battle. Even when combined with the army led by Hutch that flanked from behind, dealing with the barbarians' army wouldn't be that fast. However, we will help you, Sir Breeze. The knights joined the battle and began to push the barbarians' army. They were the only reason why Max wouldn't be able to defeat them all. Swoosh! His axe beheaded 3 people at once in one swing. He was no longer surrounded and had time to breathe. I said I will kill 200, but that doesn't seem to be possible, he thought, breathing heavily. It was harder than he thought, and his movement began to be affected by fatigue. I can probably kill 50 more, and then I won't be unable to move like normal. Am I truly this weak? As he thought that, Max ran toward the crowd of the barbarians in the distance. His goal in his stream had been achieved. It had been an hour and a half since he started, and he had fought without rest. His brain and body had reached the limit. There, shouting, Max attacked the barbarian, killing him swiftly. Swoosh! Ooh! Another barbarian came to his left. It wasn't unnoticed. With a swift movement, Max used his leg as a pivot and killed the rushing barbarian. As they wore no armor and were only topless, killing them was easy. Double kill. On your right. A loud sound echoed. A barbarian with a huge body killed the knight beside Max and came to him. Ant. Crush. The barbarian was holding a large club, bigger than Max's body. He raised it and brought it down with a surprising speed. Looking at the incoming attack, Max calmly leapt to the left. Boom! The large club was embedded into the ground, kicking the dust above. The power behind the swing was no joke. A large indentation was left on the hard dirt. That was dangerous, Max commented as he stood up. He spent no time getting angry and ran toward the giant, throwing the crude axe toward his head, and with a powerful leap, he landed on the large club. Then, as the axe hit the giant's eye and drew blood from him, Max leapt once again and delivered a strong horizontal swing with his rare axe. Even so, he only managed to cut half of the barbarian's neck. Thankfully, that was enough to kill him. Grr, what is he doing? Is he tired? Breeze can't get tired, idiot. Just like before, he must be planning something. He threw many weapons earlier, but none of them hit. Kill counts, 38. Anybody, stop him. My pocket. As I said before, you sucks blood, Breeze sucks her money. The viewers were confused, but none of them questioned Max. They fought among themselves in the chat, and at that moment, he needed to step in and change the topic. Look at this, guys, he said as he stopped in the place where he threw the weapons earlier. How many weapons do you think are here? Swords, short spears, axes, daggers, and even arrows embedded on the ground. Max picked up the nearby sword and put his rare axe on his back. What do you think will happen if I throw them all? Oh no, this guy is cooking. Let him cook again. Killing them will be a breeze for Breeze. Told you. Just a glance, I see more than 50 weapons there. Bloodsucker's money is doomed. No, throw them all. One shot, one kill. The death wail from Bloodsucker made Max laugh evilly. The viewers had already guessed what his plan was. Indeed, throwing weapons from far away would be the fastest way to kill unprotected barbarians. There was a chance he would miss, but that was better than running around the battlefield. Ready, shoot. Max put on a throwing stance and, with full power, shot the sword toward the barbarian he saw in the distance. The sword flew between knights before lodging right between his eyes. Bullseye. Max cheered and took another weapon. This time, it was an axe, and he brought his hand back before throwing it without much preparation. The axe made an arch midair and landed on a barbarian's neck. It was an unreal sight, but it happened. Everything was calculated, and he was already used to this strength that brushed past his human limit inside the game. All right, Max exclaimed, massaging his shoulder while moving his arm around. His grin widened as he was ready to throw another weapon. Let's go for another kill. I can hear the clanking of the diamonds in my ears. ... Damn. Just damn. R.I.P. Bloodsucker's money. He will get 100 kills with that. For real. No. Stoop. One cling away until he goes bankrupt. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Analyzing World Record Run. Huff. It's finally over. Max breathed heavily as he looked at the notification in front of him. Knight's retirement mission completed. After throwing weapons for more than 20 minutes, Hutch finally arrived with the army from behind. When he was out of weapons earlier, the knights unexpectedly gathered the scattered weapons for him, making the chat speechless for a few seconds. Not only that, but the knights also protected him and let him throw weapons in peace under Knight's order. The commander was holding his ass because it was still hurt from Max's kick earlier. He also flashed a confident smile at him. In the end, he defeated most barbarians and killed 164 barbarians by himself, according to the chat. As a result, mission completed. 16,400 diamonds have been donated. Max gained more than 15k diamonds at once. No. Ha ha ha. That scream sounds beautiful. Tisk. Only 164. Breeze should be able to get 200 kills if those knights don't interfere. Right. Still, isn't he finishing the quest too fast? Right. Indeed. The main battle usually lasted for 3 hours before Hutch finally flanked from behind. Some good players who managed to get Hutch's acknowledgement managed to make it faster to 2 hours, but there had never been a time when the battle lasted under an hour like this. But Max achieved it. Exhausted, he slumped on the ground and laughed. With that, Max ended the stream. Stream ended. This time, he didn't immediately go out of his capsule but entered his lobby instead. From what he had experienced before, staying in the lobby wouldn't take much toll from his brain or body as long as he didn't move around too much. Max sat on the chair in the middle of the grass plain. His lustrous black hair was brushed against the breeze, and a smile decorated his face as he opened Knight's Journey community forum. The articles about him were posted. The newest one was about a compilation of his clips and the strange things he did in the game. Unexpectedly, the one who posted it was freaking Noob, someone who created the first thread about him. He helps me a lot. I am glad he's staying even though he loves laughing at newbies. Anyway, Max was happy he still got a lot of attention. In fact, he noticed that he had broken 500 viewers when he finished Knight's retirement mission. His channel's followers had also grown to 114,500. This growth isn't normal, isn't it? There was no need to research the other newbie streamers to understand that he was doing too well for someone who only started streaming yesterday. Even when the human population had passed 10 billion, and people watched streamers more than in Max's past life, this kind of growth was still impressive. Is this because of the system that I am doing pretty well? I still can't believe this is all due to my luck. Until now, the offer Max received from Biozone Entertainment still didn't feel real. But that was, without a doubt, not a dream, and he needed to work hard to get that bonus. With my current progress, I might finish the game in 2 days. The route I got skipped some missions due to me doing pretty well. What's left is the journey of the main character and meeting the heroine. I wonder which one I will get on this route. Or will this be the true ending without any heroine? Nothing was known, as Max was a pioneer of this new route. So, he only guessed based on the other routes that people in the forum already found. Anyway, let's focus. Max didn't visit the forum just to see his viewers' reactions to his previous streams. Indeed, it was satisfying, but he also planned to find a video of this Duo Fortress speedrun that became the main event in the program in a week. Fortunately, such videos could be found easily. What Max chose was the world record run. But when he saw the name of who had gotten the run, he couldn't help but stop for a while. Stone Sword. The chat also mentioned him earlier. So he's the current world record holder for the duo run. His partner is Lily Pixel. Is she a streamer? I don't recognize her name. Not recognizing a streamer's name was normal. Not everyone knew each other, and more than 100,000 streamers in Punch alone were trying to go by. But whoever this Lily Pixel was, she must have had an impressive skill to be able to get a world record with Stone Sword. Let's watch the run for now. I will note down anything that I can use for the program. And with that, Max began analyzing the run and even forgot the time. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Invitation. Without realizing it, 2 hours had already passed since Max analyzed the world record run video. He was so engrossed in it that he only noted a few parts of the video. Of course, he didn't just analyze the world record run but also the second and third fastest. They were all different, including the enemy's spawn, but the strategies they used were similar. The goal of the run is to take over a fort by killing the barbarian's leader and occupy the highest point for a few minutes, And the most efficient strategy is to split up, as only one person was needed to stay on top. The breeze hit Max's face softly, blowing his hair as he watched the video again. His hand was on his chin, thinking deeply. Max was a competitive person by birth. He would spare no effort to win as long as there was a competition. Even if there was no bonus for winning, he definitely would always aim for the win. The reason was simple. It's fun to win. After watching different videos of the run, Max realized something important. He narrowed his eyes and paused Stonesward's video in the middle of the run. His smile tugged up into a smile that slowly formed a wide grin. Why did no one go through this path before? Max asked himself but noticed a problem shortly after he resumed the video. I see. He wanted to try it immediately, but he had no friend to run the duo with him. So, all he could do was note what he just found. At that moment, a notification window popped up right in front of his face, startling him. Ding! Wah! He almost jumped out of his chair out of surprise. Who is it? He growled in irritation as he was interrupted so suddenly. Max looked at the notification and saw the name Nina written on it, with the call written above and the accept and refuse buttons under her name. I should have guessed. He sighed, calming himself down. Then, he pressed the accept button, and Nina's cute face popped on the screen together with another small notification. Video call started. Damn, it smells delicious. Having received permission, Max went into the kitchen following the smell. It was just the room behind the curtain. And there, he found Nina wearing an apron and a man with impressive muscle in a chef outfit putting 3 plates filled with green noodles on a tray. He was the chef and Nina's father, Rush. You're here. The man nodded at Max. Eat while it's still hot. We will also try it with you. Just give your opinion later. You can sit here, Max. Nina set up a small chair beside her. Rush had long since been seated on her left and took one bowl for himself. Scratching his cheek out of guilt and gratitude, Max smiled at Nina. Thank you. You're welcome, Nina answered, putting a bowl filled with strangely green noodles and red broth before Max. It's Dad's new creation, spicy spinach noodles. I don't know why he suddenly makes this, but it should be delicious. She smiled wryly as she glanced at Rush. It's healthy, Rush said calmly. And no talking at the table. Let's eat. Yes, yes. Nina sat down quietly and ate her own bowl, following her dad. Watching them, Max smiled softly and ate his noodles too. His mind was still hovering over the fact that he had no friends other than Nina, so he couldn't even practice the run even if he wanted to. That could add a surprise element, but the stake was too high for him not to practice anything. At that moment, his eyes widened slightly, and he looked to his left. I have a friend, he thought, slurping the noodle loudly. Both Nina and Rush looked at him in wonder. Max usually ate slowly and carefully. Never did he slurp loudly like that. Is it too spicy? Nina asked worriedly, or did the noodle not to your liking? I told Dad many times that spinach noodles and spicy broth aren't a good combination. But it tastes great. Rush chirped in defense, turning to Max. And it's healthy. Do you really not like it? Max shook his head in denial. No, it tastes great, Chef. I just remembered something. He turned to Nina, who looked at him worriedly. Nina, do you play a game? A game? Nina asked curiously, tilting her head. I like games and playing some. But why suddenly? Perfect. He smiled brightly. Say. Can you help me with something? Chapter 26. Chapter 26 Jim. She doesn't agree, huh? Or rather, she can't because she has to study and can't really play action games. Max sighed in disappointment as he walked through the city. With Nina not playing with him, he needed to find a friend if he wanted to try the run before the program was announced in 3 days. However, he couldn't think of anything and definitely couldn't force her to play with him if she didn't want to. So, He went to the market to get some ingredients for lunch and dinner for the next week. As a former tressor, an athlete, he often prepared his meals himself. He couldn't do so for the past 6 days because he was still getting used to this world. And now that he had everything on track and could make money from streaming, he thought he could begin to focus on his health again. That hopefully would make him able to stream longer. Just 10 minutes of improvement would be a massive help for him. The market was located in one big building 2 km from Max's apartment. There were many cheap public transportation available around the city, but he chose to walk to build up his stamina. "I am really weak and skinny." He lamented at his body's condition. "But it won't be for too long. A few months. Or maybe even only a month is needed if I have that supplement. However, I also need to exercise, so I need to find an affordable gym too." While the former was out of his current budget, the latter was fortunately easy to find. With people finding out one's body condition could affect how many hours people could spend gaming, they began to look out for their health. Gyms began to pop up one after another. There was even one in each block. At some parts of Lime City, 2 gyms stood side by side and were still full of people training. While thinking so, Max had arrived in the market. He already knew what to get, so he just asked the employee where they were located and got it done quickly in under 10 minutes. Shopping should be done fast. I don't understand people who never planned what to buy first and then took hours to shop. He thought as he paid for all the ingredients he bought. Because he prepared for a week, the total came to $240, which was higher than he initially thought. He thought it would cost similar to his past life, but it seemed like vegetables in this world were more expensive due to the demands from people. "I need to fix my sense of money. Now, all the donations I got didn't seem to be that much. I am saved with the apartment given by the government. I would be homeless without it." And Max called out the system window as he waited for the street light to turn green and cross the road. It popped up in front of him, showing his current progress. Less than Quest. It was still more expensive than in his past life. Exercising alone was also an option, but gyms around this era got advanced equipment that could allow one to gain more with less effort. This equipment was expensive, thus leading to the increase of the monthly membership. There was also a trainer for the members who would help them exercising. Max needed that trainer because he might be outdated with the training menu and the current diet type. Max scrolled down to find the perfect gym and found an interesting one among the lists. A VR room. He pressed the details and read what this VR room was about. The description said that for someone who aimed to game and increase their movement in VR by making the synchronization of their brain and the machine as high as possible, this gym would help them. Also, the members were free to use the VR capsule in the gym to play together. It was like an internet cafe but free for the gym's members. However, Max wasn't focused on that. Play together. The connection between the VR capsules in the gym was through a local server. That means all capsules were connected, and one didn't need to add friends to use the co-op function. With so many people in the gym, some of them would definitely play a rather famous title like Knight's Journey. If he invited them to play the co-op Fort Siege together, there was a chance they would accept it. This is perfect for friendless people like me. When he checked the price, it was also within a reasonable range of $450 and $600 with a trainer. The place was also clean and vast. It was just a bit far, 3 km away from his home. "Let's visit this place and sign up immediately. Then I will start the gym tomorrow if that's possible." Max was excited about this gym, and he was actually also curious about his synchronization rate with the VR capsule. So, after deciding, Max spent no time thinking about it twice and exited his apartment once again, running with a smile on his face. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Surprised Flexi. Galaxy Gym. Located in Lime City, one of the big cities in the United Nations, it was a big gym with many branches with its main and first main location in New Eden City. Many people liked this gym because it was affordable, comfortable, and had complete equipment. But, if only those were their sell points, then this gym wouldn't be able to survive or have more than 100 branches. No, the main selling point of this gym was the VR room and the synchronization test. Many people who loved VR, especially gamers and streamers, would join this gym. They also sponsored many streamers, thus getting more people interested in it. Because they sponsored many streamers, some of them actually live streamed inside the gym to promote it. And in real life, livestream wasn't strange at all at this age. And those who did that sometimes were bodybuilding streamers. However, today, a variety streamer visited the Galaxy Gym in Lime City due to his contract. He needed to do an IRL stream of his workout inside the gym and the VR room to his viewers. It's packed to the brim. Look at this. Even with this many people, there is still free equipment that we can use. That streamer was talking to a drone, more specifically to the camera connected to the drone. He had bright orange hair and an energetic personality that could infect other people with his spirit. This guy was Flexi. And inside, he regretted taking the Galaxy Gym sponsorship. I just want to stay at home. Why should I exercise at the gym when I have full equipment in my home? This is strange. I don't like it. Yes, Flexi hated being outside. His manager, Lisa, needed to force him by threatening him. Even now, she stood a bit away, controlling the drone and shooting Flexi's face perfectly. A scary smile was plastered on her beautiful face. Damn it. But there is a VR room here, at least. I will finish my workout quickly and show it. Trying that co-op with the newbies here might also help me get used to the program. Flexi put on an energetic smile and raised his voice. Let's start with jogging. It will only be 3 km, and then we will move to another workout. Preparation and warming up are important, don't forget that. Saying so, he hopped on the treadmill and began his workout while talking to his 14,610 viewers. It was a bit lower than usual, but it was understandable as it was still 9 a.m. Not to mention, it was Monday. People were still working at this time. Flexi entered the nearest empty capsule and quickly entered his lobby. The login program was entered automatically by scanning his biometrics. It was a fast process that everyone didn't need to worry about, and when he entered, he appeared in the knighted lobby. It was where he logged out last time. Let's set it quickly and continue the stream. Flexi thought as he quickly set his stream and changed the screen. As he did so, he started Knight's Journey and chose the co-op and not the story mode this time. He was surprised when an invitation appeared on his face just as he entered. Not only that, the invitation was for the Fort Siege. Lucky. The stream had also started, so he decided to take this opportunity. Hello, I am back. It seems that there is someone who played Knight's Journey here. Let's join them and do a co-op. Flexi accepted the invitation, and he appeared in a large field. Beside him was a knight character with a boring design similar to his. That character had 2 axes behind his back, a strange choice of weapon, and kept his nickname anonymous. There is finally someone accepting my invitation. People refused my invitation after seeing I only played Knight's Journey for around 8 hours. The character chirped in, I am counting on you, bro. Hearing the inviter's words, Flexi couldn't help but smile. He seemed like an energetic person who could help his content. Not only that, the other party seemed to be a newbie. People who were invited through the local server could see the inviter's information if they clicked the profile. However, Flexi didn't do that because he knew that people who played in here usually weren't that good anyway. But to think the other person was a newbie. This was perfect for his goal of training for the program. So, he shook the player's hand and laughed. Ha ha ha. Let's have fun. Both of them started the co-op afterward. In the middle of the run, Flexi couldn't believe what he saw and froze, resulting in him getting killed by a barbarian. His chat laughed at him, but he ignored them due to surprise. What the heck is that newbie's movement? Is something like that even possible? Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Mistake or Opportunity. 1. Max was satisfied. After trying the gym for the day, he returned to his apartment and took a shower. They allowed one to have a day trial, so he didn't need to spend any money for membership and actually gained access even to the VR room, which was unexpected. The gym was better than he initially thought, although he could only play co-op once because no one wanted to play with a newbie. But that was enough. His goal was already achieved. My planned path is actually possible. I will be able to cut 1 or maybe even 2 minutes of the run with that. Also, I will probably subscribe to their membership as I quite like the place. Turning off the water, Max wiped his body with a towel while sighing. It was just too hard to look at his ribs sticking out. I need to eat more, he thought as he got dressed. It was now 5 p.m., just an hour before his stream schedule. He only tried the VR room for an hour earlier and wasn't exhausted even when he exercised afterward. His body had gained more stamina slightly in these 5 days since his transmigration. That was good progress, considering Max didn't push himself too much in real life. That made him wonder whether his capsule activity also affected his stamina growth. There is no way that's the case, right? It's just impossible, ha ha ha. Training inside the capsule and the real body affected by it was impossible, as the body wouldn't move at all. In fact, scientists have already debunked that no matter how hard the brain activity in VR was, it wouldn't affect the body at all. At least human muscle mass wouldn't change just by lying down and exerting their brain a little bit. So Max's increased stamina was thanks to his hard work and probably the nutritious meal he had every time he didn't visit Nina's restaurant. Having a time before his streaming, Max wondered what he should do. But then, he decided to enter the VR world and joined Nighted Lobby to hear some rumors. Who knew if there was news about him? Even if Max wasn't an attention whore, it was great hearing himself get praised directly for his godly skill. Unusually, the lobby seemed to be in chaos right now, more than when the news of Bree's soloing Trouser was spread yesterday. What happened? Max, who had just arrived, wondered. People were talking with each other excitedly, and some even cursed at the others because they didn't believe him. I think so too. I won't mistake that movement and those axes. The clip is too short, but only Breeze uses axes and he is crazy. You mean crazy good, right? That was me, Flexi. It's me who played with you. Thank you for inviting me. Shut up, that's Breeze, okay. Lol. Trying to impersonate someone. Idiot. Brainless. It was both good news and bad news. The good news was Max could use this to further boost and make his name recognized. The bad news was his strategy was leaked. He didn't think he would meet a famous streamer in Galaxy Gym's VR room. Now, his competitors for the programs would see this move and try it. A path that saved 1 or 2 minutes in a speedrun was too valuable not to be used. What a mess, Max thought, sighing in exasperation at his mistake. However, there was still something he needed to do. Let's reply to this thread. Or people will try to get the credit. That was something that Max refused to give. He was the one who found that path, so the credit should go to him. Hi, Flexi. That was me, Breeze. That might be too formal. He scratched the back of his head and deleted it all. Fuck it, let's write it like this. That was me. I didn't know the person I invited to play co-op in the gym was you, ha ha ha. The way you died by getting stabbed from behind was hilarious and made me laugh. It's good enough. He nodded, satisfied with what he wrote. His account name was written in the post, so everyone could recognize him. Now, he just had to wait. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 Mistake or Opportunity. 2. Flexi always streamed from first POV mode to add realism and self-insert experience, so no one knew how he died. The stream also started when he was inside, so no one knew whether Flexi was invited or was the one who invited the other party. The only one who knew the details of how he died to the barbarian was Max, who actually played with him. Ding. Just a few seconds after he replied to the thread, he received a private message from someone. Max curiously looked at it, and his grin widened after he read the sender and the content. Flexi. Hey, that was cool, dude. So you're Breeze. I saw your stream before. Good content. I didn't know you were in that gym and actually invited me to play, ha ha ha. I should have exited my capsule and greeted you immediately, but I was still live streaming at that time. Flexi actually privately messaged him instead of replying to his threat. Breeze. Thanks. Please don't mind that, I actually left immediately after that. Ha ha ha, I am flattered that a big streamer like you watched me. Flexi, no, you're really good. I am curious how you can find that path in co-op. Say, can you teach me how to do that in the wall run? Of course, that's only if you don't mind. We can stream together if you like it. Haha, I am not boasting, but that will probably get you some viewers. Reading the latest message, Max's hand stopped mid-air just above the hologram keyboard. Stream together, he thought as his body trembled slightly in happiness. Of course, I don't mind. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Bad things were always accompanied by good things. Max could also use this chance to teach his viewers about wall run. Just streaming Knight's Journey story will be boring. This is the perfect content I need before continuing the main story. As he thought that, he typed the reply to Flexi. Breeze. I don't mind. Rather, I am happy too. Flexi. Great. Let's meet in the Knighted lobby in an hour. You're streaming at that time, right? Words. Flexi, written in glowing letters hovering above his head. At that moment, Max realized who that person was. Flexi. Ha ha ha. That's right. One and only. Flexi raised his thumb and flashed an exaggerated smile. His energy made Max smile bitterly. Still, the orange-haired streamer looked at Max from toe to head. You wore a simple avatar, huh? Black pants and a black long-sleeved shirt. Well, you look handsome, so I don't think that will be a problem. Alright, we can start the stream here. How about it? Here, Max asked, looking a bit reluctant. Just like Flexi, Max's avatar was the scan of his real life. He didn't change anything, and he looked so skinny. In fact, he planned to do a scan again a day before the program started so his avatar would look fresh. He was confident in fixing his body with the B-grade supplement and the workout he did. Looking at Max's face, Flexi immediately noticed something. Ah, you didn't do a face reveal yet, right? Sorry, I forgot about that. He raised his hand and smiled apologetically. We can start the stream inside the game then. You can wait for me while I do the intro here. Do you mind if we do it like that? Ah, Max was pulled out of his thoughts and nodded. He smiled at Flexi's consideration and how he changed things fast when he noticed that revealing his face was inconvenient for now. That will be the best, thanks. I need to do an intro and introduce the content to my viewers. I hadn't told them that I would stream co-op for today. Great, let's talk about the details, then. But for now, let's move to a quieter place. I stick out like a thumb, ha ha ha. Alright. Both of them moved to a tavern near the fountain and sat on the corner. Flexi explained the plan and what he had in mind to make the stream exciting. The main point was Max showcasing his wall run and axe spin 360. Max readily agreed to the plan. He thought that would be the best in this guerrilla collaboration. Then, he dived into the game first. Chapter 30, Chapter 30 First Collaboration 1. Livestream start. As soon as the stream started, many viewers popped up one by one. They were already waiting for Breeze's stream, curious about the continuation of the New Roots main story. But, as soon as they saw the stream, the viewers were slightly confused. Why is he in the barrack? Breeze, did you not continue the story? Isn't that co-op barrack? Is Breeze going for a co-op? Is this a speedrun stream today? Max stood in a night barracks training ground, the waiting lobby of Knight's Journey, where a player could enter to wait for a co-op partner to arrive or start. He was in his Knight's Journey avatar, an average man wearing a knight's full plate armor. This area differed from the main story's barrack, so the viewers quickly noticed. Seeing the viewers, count stopped at 462, Max smiled at the camera and waved his hand. Guys, Breeze is here again with Knight's Journey. As you can see, there is something different about today's stream. Today, we will try this co-op mode before continuing the main story. As expected, it's the co-op waiting lobby. Breeze, is it about today's thread? Were you really the one who played with Flexi in that clip? Breeze in co-op. Is he going to set a new world record now? Don't be stupid. Setting a world record isn't like going to the bathroom. It's tough. Yes, it's related to the newest thread earlier. As for the answer, that was indeed me. I just worked out in the gym I found and played a little. Ha ha ha, I didn't know I would stumble upon a big streamer. How lucky. No, it's Flexi that's lucky. Breeze actually found a new path in the fort siege. Yes, that's right. Breeze, will you play with your friend today? Indeed. Max nodded at the viewer's question. He also checked the time. It was already a few minutes since he prepared and started the livestream. Flexi will invite me soon, he thought as he kept talking to entertain the viewers. The viewers were already excited. Although some left, with only 420 viewers staying, the others were still here because they liked Breeze's content and the surprise he created every time he streamed. The excited viewers filled the chat. Some also posted a thread as Max smiled calmly and accepted the invitation. When he pressed to accept, his figure was covered in a blue light and was transferred to Flexi's waiting room. The orange-haired streamer stood before him in a Knight's Journey avatar, similar to Max's. What made them different was that Flexi already customized his armor and dyed it gold. Ha ha ha. Everyone, welcome Breeze to the room. Say hello to him. Flexi exclaimed excitedly as he gestured at Max. Noticing that it was time for his introduction to Flexi's viewers, Max flashed a smile and waved his hand at the small camera hovering around him. Hello, everyone. I am Breeze, a small-time streamer. Ha ha ha, it's nice to meet you guys. As he finished his introduction, he glanced at his chat room, and, as expected, it exploded with many chats at once. Holy shit, he's with Flexi. On his third day of streaming. Big Breeze. Will he be a typhoon soon? Now he's with a big streamer. I am proud of you, Breeze. Not only did Max's viewers type like a storm, but his viewer count also increased at a fast speed. Milestone after milestone was broken until it stabilized. Viewers, 1251. Crazy. Max's eyes widened in surprise. We just met in the waiting room, but my viewers are pumped up like crazy. It broke my record in the past too. While Max was silent and still surprised, Flexi took the initiative to explain what they would do in this sudden collaboration stream to the viewers. Are you not interested? I bet you guys saw the thread I posted. Wasn't that amazing? And when Flexi's viewers were on top of excitement after he skillfully manipulated the stream direction, he laughed. Ha ha ha, sorry. I will tell you guys now. Our stream today is about. Flexi paused dramatically, moving his hands as if he were beating a drum. Max watched with anticipation. He couldn't help but get pulled to Flexi's energetic way of streaming. Being a top streamer wasn't all due to luck, it also needed skill, dedication, as well as awareness of surroundings. I will learn from him, he thought, looking at Flexi. He stopped drumming and raised his hands. Not wanting to ruin the moment, Max also imitated him and did a similar thing. Flexi only smiled at him and tapped his foot twice, giving him a sign that they would need to say it together in the second tap. They had talked about this before. And when Flexi tapped his foot's tip twice, both of them shouted simultaneously. Fort Siege Speedrun. Max's face was burning in embarrassment. But when he watched his viewers' reaction, who laughed at what he did, he felt like it was worth it. However, I won't do this kind of thing again, he complained in his mind. It's too embarrassing. His respect for Flexi increased. To think that man did this every time he was streaming. How terrifying. His courage even beat a former Tresor. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 First Collaboration 2. Two people dressed in golden and silver armor appeared in a clearing, surrounded by tall trees that created a natural cover against many barbarians in the distance. Because the game hadn't started yet, the enemies were frozen still, not even moving an inch. A half-transparent timer was hovering in the corner of the player's vision. Not only that, when players entered the co-op Fort Siege, the weapon they chose in the waiting room automatically was carried over. The silver-armored individual, Max, had two rare axes slung on his back. Meanwhile, Flexi had a longsword strapped on his waist. All right, we're here. Flexi spread his arms wide and grinned. Then he turned to Max. I've explained the goal of this co-op before to you guys. But, have you explained it to your viewers yet, Breeze? I plan to explain it, Max answered with a nod and turned to the camera. Do you want to hear my explanation, guys? Bear with me, alright. Some of you may already understand how this works, but there might be people who have never watched Knight's Journey and are only here after hearing my beautiful voice. He added with a chuckle. What is this guy saying? Be careful, Breeze. Someone will stab you from behind tonight. This newbie is getting full of himself lol. First time here. It seems this streamer is shameless. Lol. I can't have a word. Flexi changed our kid to be shameless. The viewers looked disappointed in the front, but they were actually having fun as some only sent laugh emoticons. I bet you guys are actually also staying to hear my voice. He continued, laughing playfully to get his viewers' reaction. It worked, and the chat moved faster than ever. Ha ha ha, anyway, let me explain what we will do. I will just summarize it so it won't take long. Max began to explain about the co-op fort siege and the objectives that he and Flexi needed to finish to end the challenge. On the side, Flexi nodded many times in acknowledgement, sometimes praising Max's explaining skill whenever he stopped to ask the chat. After less than a minute, his explanation ended, and he asked whether the viewers understood. Yes, just play now. What's he playing? I came because I saw this stream in a recommendation. Both of them ran out of the hiding spot at the same time. Max was running fast in front of Flexi, gripping two axes tightly in his hand. A fort with an imperceptible wall stood tall on a hill. On the highest spot of the fort, a ripped flag was hit by the wind, ruffling around in its former glory. That was one of the objectives of this run. The other objective was inside the fort, so the best strategy was to split up when they were in front of it. The barbarians that were frozen earlier started to move. They noticed Max and Flexi and shouted loudly to alarm the others in the castle. Afterward, they rushed at the duo with anger burning in their eyes. Looking at them, Flexi turned a bit worried. There were too many barbarians, totaling 25. They had a bad random number generation, known as RNG, and actually spawned more mobs than normal. Breeze, can you handle some of them? Flexi shouted at Max, who went a little ahead of him. I got this. Max answered and raised his right hand. He brought it behind his head as he kept running. When he heard metal touching each other from behind, he quickly threw his hand forward, and the axe was flying toward the barbarian with a bow and arrow, lodging between his eyebrow and killing him in one go. First blood is mine, Max exclaimed without reducing his running speed. He didn't notice Flexi's perplexed face behind him and started to mow down the barbarians with a feral smile on his face. Looking at the big streamer's reaction, the chat burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, look at his face. Lol. That's why Breeze is the best. He's built differently. I want to be him. I envy him. Make me yours. STFU. Just enjoy Breeze killing the barbarians while Flexiboy is stunned. We need to clip this. Clippers. I got you bro. It was just usual Breeze's streaming for the people from day 1 and 2. However, those who just joined today after knowing Breeze from Flexi's stream reacted differently. This guy's nuts. Is he cheating? No way he can move like that. The barbarians are nothing. They are more like Brubarian. Barbiarian fits more. Damn, you are good at puns. Come to him, Barbiarian. Let him cut you in half. Lol. Indeed. Just the usual reactions. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 First Collaboration 3. Flexi. Max shouted at the frozen Flexi while picking out the axe he had thrown earlier. Every barbarian that came to him earlier was either turned into a blob of flesh or was cut into two. Let's continue. Flexi snapped out of his thoughts and blinked. The sight before him was too unreal, but he remembered that he was still streaming, so he reacted professionally. Yeah, he ran toward the blood-covered Max. That was a nice one, Breeze. You're like a typhoon coming for them, impaling everyone that gets close to punishment. Ha ha ha, that was easy. Max laughed and slung his axes on his back. Anyway, let's continue as planned. I will take and guard the flag while you defeat the boss. Right. I am counting on you, partner. Don't die on me too. After talking to confirm their plans, both of them moved once again. This time, they moved in a slightly different direction. Their split started now. Usually, people who had never played with each other in co-op wouldn't dare to do this, but Flexi and Max had talked before and weren't afraid of failure. As agreed before, the first run was a test run. No matter the outcome, they would fix it for the next run. So they were free to experiment with things or even mess up in this as long as they finished the objective. Let's not hit the path immediately. Following the one in Stonesward's video might be good enough for the first run and keep my path as a surprise for later. Thinking so, Breeze went to the highest part of the hill, which jutted out slightly and covered half of the fort's northern wall. That was the original route that people often took to get to the objective faster. This chapter is updated by. Naturally, Max would use it as he also believed it was the optimal way, as only a few enemies existed in that part. But of course, that was if the RNG god was on his side. Max didn't decrease his speed even a little as he jumped on the wall and grabbed the top side, pulling his body up. This part, which was the hardest for other people, was easy for him, just like walking to the part. So smooth. Smooth detective. What a way to avoid copyright, but yeah. Breeze's movement is so smooth. Like my thighs. Doubt. You have hairy thighs, confirmed. There were 3 barbarians waiting for him above. They were surprised at how fast Max climbed the wall and hadn't yet unsheathed their weapons. Die. Get shredded. I refuse. Max answered their shouts with a grin as he jumped back. His feet were planted on the wall, and he kicked hard. His body flew in the air, passing the barbarians from above. They looked surprised as Max rolled around the ground to reduce the impact and ran away. Yes, Max just ignored them and ran toward the southern wall. The viewers were speechless as well. Due to how easily Max killed his enemies and how he massacred them before, they expected him to butcher the rest. However, he actually ran away. Breeze, the blood axe, or so the viewers called it, ran from barbarians without killing them. Who the hell is he? Khakahahahahahah. He's running lol. Breeze didn't dye his axe in blood. Who is that? I thought I was watching Breeze. Am I dreaming? Where am I? Welcome to heaven, bud. My right hand. It craves BL. Huh. It doesn't hurt. Huh. Isn't that normal in a speedrun? Only when a new viewer pointed it out did the others remember. That's right. This is a speedrun, not a normal mission. Ding. Lovely Otter has donated 300 diamonds. Running Breeze. It's not so bad. And guys, keep your bloodlust down. Apologize to new viewers. Sorry. My bad. Otter, you're so sus, so apologize. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 First Collaboration 4. Just as Max managed to get past the barbarians and arrived at the tight rope in the southern wall, a message suddenly appeared in front of him. Flexi has been killed by Gargantua. The fort siege ended in failure. Max stopped his advance and stood on one foot on a path narrower than 5 centimeters. It was an amazing feat that needed a really good balance, and the viewers made a fuss about it. Another clip of the day. Breeze should upload his edited video to PunkTube. For real. Inhuman. He's a Breeze, what do you expect? I won't be surprised if he suddenly flies. That's just impossible, right? Their reactions were amusing. However, Max didn't read them and only clicked his tongue in disappointment as his vision distorted and changed back to the waiting room. He was transported back. Upon arriving, he saw Flexi approach him with a stupid smile while laughing stupidly. Ha ha ha, that was totally my fault. My chat is angry at me and says that I am a burden. I can't say I disagree with your chat, Max replied playfully, shrugging his shoulders. Hearing him, Flexi's smile froze as he looked disappointed and slumped down. That was harsh. I can't deny it as I was the one who got killed by the boss. But hearing that from someone who hasn't played Knight's Journey for more than 10 hours is humiliating. Get better. Max chuckled evilly, crossing his arms. The axes he had inside the game had disappeared when he got transported. How dare he be a burden to Breeze? This Flexi need to learn from the master. By the way, how did he die? Indeed, that was the most important question. Max was also curious, and as someone had pointed it out, there was nothing wrong with asking. I will ask him, he replied to his viewer and poked Flexy's shoulder, getting his attention. He's really a good streamer. Max praised Flexy in his mind. He understands that if we continue like before, people will just leave. I also can't show my strategy yet because I don't know who will join the program, so our run looks like a normal one, boring and tedious. Well, I did my best to entertain them. Wall run tutorial, finally. I retract my words. This guy, Flexy, is the best. Do it, Breeze. Teach that noob how to wall run. That one person you called noob can whoop your $4 easily. Why censor your words? Just use asterisk 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 directly. Ha ha ha. Wall run tutorial. Ding. Freaking noob has donated 200 diamonds. While I am curious about the clip of your new path, wall run takes priority. Also, dirty words are censored. Freaking noob, thank you for the donation. Should I do it? I don't know how to teach other people. Also, lovely Otter, thank you for the 300. Thanks for calming the chat. Max used the donation to relay to Flexy that he didn't mind moving to the next content. Noticing that, Flexy smoothly followed suit. Hey, your viewers want you to teach me, right? Just do it. Or should I donate first to make you agree? I heard you can be moved by money. Flexy grinned and put his thumb and index finger together. He moved them up and down as if trying to bait Max to accept it. Max grinned back in response and said jokingly, that might not be bad. Every lesson that can't be searched on the internet is premium, no. I think 50,000 diamonds will suffice for my secret skill. Naturally, he wasn't serious and thought Flexy was also only joking about that. That was why he blurted out 50,000 diamonds, as that was the milestone he tried to pass to finish his quest. But, great, teach me then. Ding. Flexy has donated 50,000 diamonds. Lesson fee. ... Max underestimated the person named Flexy and his monetary value. He looked at his new friend in disbelief. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, How to Wall Run 1. You're sending this for real? He asked through his gaze and muted his microphone. Flexy only smiled and responded after muting his microphone. Take it as your appearance fee. I planned to send more, but you asked for too little, so I will transfer the rest through your bank. I already got more than that from the donation. Also, do you mind if I upload this edited stream to PunchTube? 50,000 diamonds was equal to $1,000. It was by no means a small amount of money. To spend something like this for an appearance fee that also helped him was simply ridiculous. Also, how much did he get from his donations? His viewers are fewer than other streamers, but they seem really wealthy. Enough to get more than 50,000 diamonds in less than an hour. My quest is finished with just this one donation. Thanks to this donation, his quest from the system was finished immediately. But he didn't get a notification yet because he was in the game. Just like before, he guessed the notification would only pop in front of him once he entered the lobby or exited the VR capsule. Thanks, Flexy. This will help me a lot. Also, I don't mind if you upload it. No need to mention it. I will put your link in the description too, ha ha ha. We are already pals, no. Flexy smiled and unmuted his microphone, continuing the stream. Teacher Breeze, teach us. Teacher Breeze, teach us. Breeze be like, how to be a breeze. Max once again put on a smile. He couldn't let that money bother him and ruin the stream and excitement. Very well, I will teach you how to do a wall run. Ha ha ha, it's natural for me to teach my friend. Lies. You only teach him for his money. Money lover Breeze. Prophet number 1. I am not a money lover, guys. I just love money. That's what those words mean. Nice. Man of culture. Nice. Unexpectedly, they understood what that meant, and the chat was filled with, nice. He couldn't help but smile bitterly as he finished his warm-up. At the same time, Flexy was finished and nodded in satisfaction. All the walls had their inclination written on them. This is good. He then turned to Max. Teacher Breeze. I am ready. The way he called Max still sounded strange in his ear. He preferred when Flexi didn't add a teacher and just called him casually. Alright then, shall I give an example first? Max asked while holding his shoulder and rotating his arm, loosening the joints. Ooh, of course. It would be nice if I could see how you do it directly and not through the screen. Maybe you should change your camera to first POV so the viewers can see what you see. That's a good idea. Flexi's suggestion was good, and the viewers seemed to agree. If they could see through the first POV, they might be able to see how to do it. Max quickly changed the camera angle, and the small camera in the air disappeared. His eyes had become the new camera, and what he saw was broadcast to the streaming screen in real time. Is this fine? He asked his viewers, still unsure whether it worked or not. We can see it. I almost forgot Breeze is a newbie streamer again. This question woke me up. Yeah, it's perfect. Great. Max smiled and nodded. He walked toward the wall with a 90-degree inclination without hesitation while giving out a warning. Be careful, alright. I recommend those who can't withstand a sudden and fast movement to watch through Flexi's stream. He couldn't really force or stop people from watching, but at least he knew that some people probably had a condition where they couldn't handle such a sudden movement. In fact, some viewers left after leaving a message they would watch from Flexi's POV instead. That was fine. There were still more than 1,200 viewers who stayed to watch him directly. He also didn't mind disclosing his technique to wall run because it was common knowledge back in his world. Sooner or later, people who could imitate him would appear. That was why he was grateful for this opportunity. He actually could use it to make a name for himself. Well, I should really thank Flexi for this. His smile widened as he looked forward, concentrating. Chapter 35. Chapter 35 How to Wall Run 2. As a former athlete, Max had a deep concentration. He could ignore almost everything and just focus on choosing a path he should take if he fully concentrated. In his eyes, the optimal path he could take and where he should step was glowing brightly. He usually just followed that path, and what he imagined in his mind would always work. I will begin the demonstration. Announcing the start, Max began to run toward the wall and jumped when he was just a bit away from it, carrying his momentum and stepping on the wall a few times before he landed by rolling to reduce the impact. It was by no means an easy feat. The wall was more than 5 meters long, and that would require at least 4 steps to get to the end. Max did that in just a span of a second and managed to keep his feet on the wall like a spider. The viewers who watched from Max's perspective were speechless. The chat was stopped for a few seconds and immediately exploded once Max stood up and asked, "Did you guys catch that? My head is spinning. Is this what Breeze had seen every time he moved? This is like a movie. I can't. It doesn't make sense. How can he do that? My head. Erg. My head ADDDD. I thought the world was spinning, but it turned out I was the one who was spinning. It makes me dizzy just by watching it." Flexi was also speechless. He actually didn't believe what he saw and was pretty impressed by it. Watching it directly and watching through the screen was indeed different. His feet moved so fast that it looked like a blur. He didn't know someone could do what Breeze had just done in virtual reality. He's not just a bloody axe, but a smart bloody axe. Thank you, Breeze. I will try to apply your technique. We still need a detailed tutorial, but this is enough to start practicing. Change it back to a free camera and teach Flexi how to do it. Ding. Bloody Axe has donated 500 diamonds. Lesson fee. I Love Wall has donated 500 diamonds. Lesson fee. Take my money. What do you guys think I am? A bloody murderer? He asked with a growl, trying to intimidate them. Thank you for the lesson fee, Bloody Axe and I Love Wall. And I changed the POV now. Is it good? It's good. Ha ha ha, we can't deny it. A barbarian hunter, Breeze. Max nodded at their response. Then he looked at Flexi, who had recovered and held his chin in a deep thought. He didn't know what the orange-haired streamer thought about it, but the stream was still ongoing. Do you want to try it, Flexi? He asked, raising his voice to get his attention. Flexi looked up after he was called. His face brightened into a smile as he exclaimed excitedly, "Of course. And I won't do any inclined wall, so move a bit. I will prove that I am also a gamer. I can do this in one try. Go ahead. Max gestured for Flexi to try as he moved away from the wall. Remember not to face the wall directly or run alongside it, but make an angle. Alright. Pumping himself up, Flexi stepped forward. Just like Max, he was dressed lightly to move more easily. He lowered his stance and, imitating Max, he ran toward the wall at full speed and jumped confidently. 36 Chapter 36 Quest complete. A burst of laughter rang on the 50th floor of Biozone Entertainment's building. It echoed against the wall and filled the empty office at once. Even if this was called an office, it was actually more like a remote home. No one was here except for the team leader, who was responsible for reporting to the chief directly, Takamir. The others were working through their VR capsule at home. That was why he was free to laugh or cry whatever he wanted. The reason why he laughed loudly this time was because of Breeze's stream. After finishing his work, Taka was curious whether Breeze would be professional enough to keep silent in his stream, so he decided to watch. It turned out his worry was unfounded, and he was surprised. He didn't expect that a veteran streamer and the newbie he invited would collaborate. Not only that, they were playing co-op Fort Siege, which would be the main program in 6 days. It was such a coincidence, but Taka liked this. Neither Flexi nor Breeze had been informed who would join the program, so they were clueless about each other's situation. Thus, their livestream resulted in many funny and surprising things. That boy is really talented at reeling people. No, maybe a genius. It's like he's born to entertain people. After knowing that the co-op streaming didn't work due to their splitting ways, Flexi suggested that Breeze change the content to a learning one instead. His change was also smooth, ensuring he died while he failed to do the wall run. Both of them make a good partner. At least they have a similar way of thinking and actually complement each other pretty well. And this. The floating hologram screen in front of Taka showed Flexi's serious expression as he ran toward the wall. He imitated Breeze's movement and jumped. 1 step, 2 steps. Just right after his second foot hit the wall, he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground head first. Ha 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 ha. He had done it 5 times but is still unable to. Is he doing this on purpose? His synchronization is more than 92%. He should be able to do this quite easily with his mechanic. Or, Taka's voice lowered slightly. Is this movement technique that hard? Not every streamer was a player with good skill and mechanics. In fact, only around 15% of the top streamers could compete with real professional gamers. Flexi was one of the rare streamers whose skill almost matched professional gamers. His control in VR was also top-notch. If he didn't play around and failed to try to replicate that movement, then it would be safe to assume that Breeze's mechanics and control were even higher than his. Updated from, I got a jackpot. Ha ha ha, the program will be exciting. Should I pair both of them together? Taka caressed his chin, which was filled with a soft beard, thanks to getting stuck inside this office for a while. This might become an exciting fight. He smiled widely and began to type on the keyboard. Taka kept watching the stream until the end, and Flexi finally was able to take the 3rd step on the wall before falling. The speaker boomed loudly as Flexi screamed and high-fived Breeze. Donations poured into both streamers, and the livestream ended shortly after that. In just one stream, he managed to get 57,050 diamonds. It was far more than what he got in the past 2 days. The 50,000 diamonds were from Flexi. That meant he only got 7,050 diamonds from his viewers. It was less than he thought, but he only showed his move thrice and didn't do anything flashy. Still, that much was still worth more than $100. Max wasn't disappointed with the result. There would always be days like this where he got less than viewers. What was important was that his followers in Punch finally broke the 500 milestone, and his viewers peaked at 1562 earlier. I will be able to get more donations once I finish the main story. But my money in the bank is still around $2,100 after registering at Galaxy Gym. I won't need to worry about electricity bills or meals anymore. Punch always paid out the donations and everything every 1st and 15th of the month. It had been 5 days since he transmigrated on the 2nd of April. The next paid off would be in 8 days, 2 days after the Knight's Journey program. Well, I don't need to worry. Even with the cut and the tax, I probably will still make at least $1,500 next payoff. Max smiled in satisfaction. There was also still $1,500 from the contract. I can say I am pretty well off now. At least better than before. Also, he looked at the floating window in front of him. Information about the new quest appeared after he pressed finish for the previous quest. Less than quest. Come at me. Good streamers are not only funny but skilled. Finish the Knight's Journey main story without getting a scratch. Progress. 0/1. Reward. Streaming loading screen and a mysterious reward. Deadline. Second livestream, 0 halves. This is a bonus quest before the next one. Failure will result in nothing. Greater than. It was slightly strange, calling it a bonus quest and actually no failure penalty. I guess this is a challenge for me, huh? This loading screen is essential if I want to take a break in the middle of the stream. This system knows how to motivate me to finish the quest. He chuckled and stood up, pulling the towel down his shoulder. For now, I will just take a shower and rest. I need to exercise a lot to maximize the supplement effect tomorrow. 37 Chapter 37 B Grade Nutritional Supplementary. The 8th of April 2045. Today's weather is good, with a 4% chance of rain. Please have a wonderful day and don't forget to exercise. Ding dong. Delivery. The source of this content November L by N. In the morning, the packet Max was waiting for had arrived. It was sent by a drone that was put right in front of his house. Only when the drone scanned Max did it fly away through the corridor. Max watched what happened before him while being surprised. It's my first time watching a drone delivery. It's really cool and convenient. Not even the previous Max had a drone delivery before, as it cost a lot. Usually, he picked up the packet he ordered in the office a bit away from his apartment for a lower shipping cost. Still, this packet should be the one sent by the system, as the receiver name was set to Breeze and the sender was kept anonymous. Nothing was written besides that, and the content was wrapped in a relatively small but secure black box. I wonder what a B-grade nutritional supplement looks like. Max smiled widely as he brought the box inside. Also, what's the bonus? Is it inside? After sitting on his bed, he put the box on his lap and opened the box carefully as if it were a delicate glass. He didn't want to make a mistake and break the glass tube containing the nutritional supplement inside. Inside the box lay 2 small tubes with different liquids inside, red and green, lying on a soft cushion. The one with red liquid had B written on the tube, while the green one had energy written on it. The first one must be the nutritional supplement, as it looked similar to what he saw in the store. But Max didn't know what the second one was. What is this? Max wondered as he carefully lifted the tube with green liquid. He examined it carefully and found small words written underneath the energy. Bonus item. It can prevent you from getting fatigued for 3 hours. Use wisely. Preventing me from getting fatigued. He exclaimed in surprise. Instantly, he didn't believe that this kind of medicine existed. There was nothing like this in the market or even the medicine store. Don't worry, Miss Graves. As long as you instruct me on how to get the best result, then I won't complain. Ha ha ha, you sure are different. Ava laughed merrily and lowered her hand. Well, you can just call me Ava. And thank you for trusting me. Don't hesitate to ask me if you have any questions. It was the perfect chance to ask, so Max didn't hesitate at all. Thank you, Miss Ava. You may also call me Max. Also, there is something I want to ask immediately before training, Miss Ava. Just Ava is enough, Max. She sighed softly. And what's your question? Actually, I just bought a B-grade nutritional supplement. Max took the tube from her jacket pocket and showed it to Ava. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw the tube, but she didn't say anything yet. I wondered how I should exercise to get the best result from this. I see. She nodded with a small smile. I am glad you asked. Many people waste this precious and expensive supplement because they are ignorant. I will give you the training menu you can use to maximize the result you can gain for that. As a bonus, I will also give you a diet plan if you want to. Please. He nodded and smiled, full of gratitude. That would help me a lot. I want to focus on building stamina and playing VR games longer. If possible, please make the training menu to focus on that. Don't worry about it. Your skinny body will soon turn into a muscled one. This B-grade supplement will be able to sustain your workout for a month. She laughed merrily as she patted Max's shoulder. Then she put on a serious face. To be honest, you made a good decision buying a B grade instead of higher ones. The A and S grades are usually used by professional athletes who need a lot of nutrition. If you drink the supplement in your current condition, you might sleep in the hospital instead of getting a good result. That was the first time Max heard that. And from this, he once again was thankful to the system. It probably knows about it, and that's why the bonus is the energy liquid instead of another supplement. Ha ha ha, I am quite fortunate, huh? Max chuckled lowly. Indeed. Now, then, let's not waste any time. I already have your contact information from the gym, so I will send the training menu and the diet plan to your message. For now, get changed and wait for me in the weight training area. I will be there soon. Yes, this trainer is better than I thought. Max mused in his mind as he went to the locker room. No matter what the training menu she gives me, I will complete it. I don't want to waste my second chance in life. Having a good and healthy body is a must to enjoy this life. 38 Chapter 38 First IRL Livestream 1. Max returned to his home after working out in the gym for more or less 2 hours. Phew. He sighed in satisfaction as he gulped down the water he took from. His body was drenched, and the shirt he wore for exercise was wet from sweat. That felt good. The exercise plan Ava gave fit his current body condition. It wasn't too excessive but not too light. It was just perfect. She even weighed me after I changed and made a few improvements in the training menu. I guess that's a professional for you. He thought as he put the water bottle down on the table. She even sent me a diet menu through direct message. Ava. Recipe.txt. Max smiled as he read the list of recipes he got from Ava. She even separated breakfast, lunch, and dinner into 3 separate sections. Because Max's goal was to gain nutrition, he was told to eat a lot more than normal until he reached average weight. Registering the course with a trainer is worth it. He muttered and closed the message. There was no more message from Flexi yet, even though he said he would contact him again after he uploaded the video to PunchTube. But it was only 10 a.m., so Max guessed that Flexi was still sleeping. I remember he said he streamed until morning and then slept until 12 p.m. His life is not really balanced at all, but thanks to nutritional supplements, he's able to live healthily. Talking about the supplement, there was no effect on Max's body yet. It only made him energetic when he drank it, just like an energy drink. The effect couldn't be seen for now, but even after having an intense workout, Max didn't feel that tired yet. I want to move my body. He thought as he stood from the bed while bringing the water bottle with him. Is there a park nearby? I want to try parkour if possible. It might be a bad idea, but... A smile appeared on his face as he put on a jacket and left the apartment. He didn't forget to bring a little camera he could mount on his head and a portable microphone with him. That camera and microphone were something he had brought prior to his transmigration. The previous Max also wanted to try streaming, but he was too shy to do that and had no confidence, so he stopped before even trying. However, Breeze was different. He just wanted to have fun streaming and did it without thinking much. All bad ideas are fun, though I need to be careful. And I can do a guerrilla stream too. This is a perfect time to do that, or at least I want to do it. What was the purpose if that wasn't built to be climbed on? People must be stupid if they hadn't considered standing at the top of those pillars. It looked so much fun. Maybe Max would get into trouble. Maybe he would be chased by the security. But that was the risk of this bad idea. He just hoped that Punch wouldn't give him any warning of what he did. He would only do this for a while. Just a few minutes before resting and jogging while chatting with his viewers. My body is in great condition. Finishing his light stretching, Max pressed the start streaming button. Livestream start. One by one, his viewers who followed him joined. The numbers weren't a lot, but they were definitely here because of the notification. While waiting for the peak viewers, Max kept stretching to loosen his joints. Good afternoon. Morn. What is this? We are outside. Is Breeze streaming accidentally? Fools. He set up a camera, so he definitely did this on purpose. Look at the title. Breeze's first IRL stream. He said he would do a wall run. That's a tall wall. Is he going to run on that? Some greetings, questions, and exclamations quickly filled the chat. The viewers grew until it stopped at 516, a natural number as the stream was sudden, and people were still working or having activities at this time. Max, however, wasn't discouraged. He just streamed what he was about to do because he thought there was nothing wrong with it. Any bad ideas or fun ideas should be shared with the fans. That was the fundamental rule of streamers if they wanted to grow. Good morning, guys. Ha ha ha, this is my first IRL streaming. Because I have no advanced equipment, the video and audio quality might be affected a bit. So forgive me for that. Chapter 39 First IRL Livestream 2. No problem. There is no blur. Your camera is okay-ish. I can't watch 4K, but at least I can use 2K. Your voice is also clear. Reading the chat in a floating window from his smartwatch, Max nodded. That's great. Then, just as the title said, I will try to do a wall run in real life. My body's condition isn't that great, so I might fail. But let's have fun until 6 p.m. and continue the night's journey story by then. Good idea. Woo. Your stream is always fun, so I will watch. Is it really possible to do a wall run in real life? It's possible, Max answered as he prepared himself. Anyway, I will do a wall run, and I will also show you what parkour is. You guys are curious, right? I know you are. But once again, don't expect too much. I just started going to the gym yesterday when I met Flexi. We know. Just show us the possibility. With great skills, you need great teaching skills. Rip off. Max laughed with his viewers. His embarrassment of live streaming in public seemed to be non-existent in this age where most people were apathetic and already used to streamers. As long as he didn't bother other people, the others would also ignore him. Pumping himself up, he approached the wall to show the viewers how high it was actually. The height perspective at the camera angle was slightly strange. I am around 180 cm tall, and this wall is triple my height. First of all, let's try the normal wall run, and then I will show you guys what parkour is. From his conversation with Ava earlier, when she asked what kind of things he did in the past, he found out that parkour was either not that well known in this world or was even non-existent. At that moment, Max knew that he probably had a chance to be a unique streamer and could use this content for his everyday content, so this idea came around. Though he was a bit worried about how the viewers would take this idea, with good or bad reactions, he still did it either way. Combining both things he enjoyed shouldn't be that bad, no. As long as I can have fun. A grin crept into his face as he began to run down the stairs. It was difficult to wall run at this position, but Max leapt toward the wall either way. And he fell on his third step. Lol. Kakaka. Not even Breeze can do wall run IRL. Because of her talent, she often looked down on people. It wasn't an exception today. But she was wrong this time. The man jumped and actually ran on the wall before landing on the ground. He pumped his fists into the air, smiling widely in satisfaction as he screamed to his viewers. Hell yeah! His voice was filled with happiness, and Lily was surprised when she watched it directly. Indeed, she often looked down on people. But she wasn't arrogant and knew how to respect the right person. And instantly, she became curious about that man, and her respect grew. He's able to do it, she thought. Her feet moved before she could even think twice. Curiosity grew on her. I want to try it. It seems fun. She approached him with light steps. The man seemed to notice her already. He moved his camera up and apologized to his viewers. He respected her privacy enough not to show her on his livestream. That somehow made Lily a bit happy. Stopping on the other side of the railing, Lily was about to call out to him. But before she could say anything, the man spoke first. "Ah, did I disturb you? I am really sorry." Lily shook her head. "No. That was interesting. Interesting. Wall run. Can I watch from up close?" Hearing Lily's words, the man stopped for a while and looked confused. His gaze ran around the surroundings before stopping at the small screen floating on his left wrist. He seemed to think about his livestream too. Maybe he wondered whether it was okay for her to show up in the livestream. Noticing his hesitation, Lily added, "I don't mind showing up in your livestream. I just want to watch." "Well," the young man scratched his cheek, "I guess that's not a problem." "Ah, my name is Breeze, by the way. Feel free to watch if it's any interesting." Lily nodded. That name wasn't unfamiliar, as she just watched his stream last night. As expected, this man is different, she thought. No one can pull that crazy stunt in real life. Well, except the one who could do it in VR already. But she didn't say anything and just sat on the nearby bench while watching quietly. The young man, Breeze, returned to the top of the stairs and fixed his camera angle before going at it again. Chapter 41 IRL Livestream 3. She's just watching, Max thought as he stole a glance at the girl who suddenly approached him. She was the one doing the pull-up earlier. Is she truly interested in wall run? Why? After doing a few successful wall run, Max was exhausted and decided to end the livestream after he promised to continue Knight's journey tonight. Everyone was content with it, and some viewers even donated to him. And not only that, there were actually 2 bottles of chilled drinks she bought from the nearby vending machine. Watching him finish with the wall run, she stood from the bench and approached him again, handing him 1 bottle. "For you," she said in a calm tone. Max was slightly confused and wary of the girl, so he didn't take the water bottle immediately. Then she added, "As thanks, I also want to try wall run, and now I might be able to. So, here, lesson fee." That sounded like someone he met and knew yesterday. Max couldn't help but smile as he received the water. "Thank you." The girl nodded. "Then, I will leave. See you." Max watched her turn around and leave just as she said. No other conversation, and she knew how to respect his privacy. She didn't even introduce herself, which was natural as he was streaming earlier. "That's really out of my expectation," Max thought as he looked at his hand, which held a cold water. He opened the lid, which was still sealed, and gulped a few times to quench his thirst. Phew, he sighed. The water worked. It cooled his body down. Well, that was some kind of experience. Can't say I am not happy with a beautiful girl talking to me, but yeah. I probably won't even meet her again. Max walked back to his apartment after putting the camera and the microphone into his pocket. His first IRL livestream was a small success, with around 800 viewers at the peak. It was just 50 minutes long and not really that memorable except when he succeeded on his 5th try. But tonight's livestream would be different. I am not allowed to get hit. This will be a hard one. No damage. Knight's Journey's new route walkthrough. Max had already decided on tonight's livestream title. And as he walked toward his apartment, he got a message from Flexi. "Flexi. Hey, my friend. Sorry to get to you this late. But I have transferred the lesson and appearance fees to your bank account. Ha ha ha, check it and tell me if it's not in yet. Visit for the best novel reading experience." Flexi's lips curled up into a smile. At that moment, the door of his room opened automatically, and his manager, Lisa, entered. He raised his head and looked over the chair. "Do you get the list, Lisa?" he asked curiously as Lisa stopped beside the chair with a stern look. Her sharp brown eyes bore through Flexi behind her glasses that shined mysteriously as she pushed them up. "Biozone Entertainment's marketing team leader has sent me. This is the list of the participants that will be announced in 2 days." Lisa operated her smartwatch and opened a document. A hologram screen appeared before her, and she swiped it, moving it so Flexi could read the content. The documents had a list of Knight's Journey programs. Flexi got the list first because he was one of the veteran streamers. And the names written in documents were like this. Veteran streamers, Stone Sword, Flexi, Ronin Knight. Newbie streamers, Breeze, Lily Pixel, Madlad. Aha. Ha ha ha, it's just as I expected. Reading the list, Flexi laughed out loud. Stone Sword and Lily Pixel, there was no way Biozone Entertainment wouldn't invite them, as they were the current world record holder for the Fort Siege. But that wasn't Flexi's concern. The marketing team is not a fool. I know that he will be invited. He smiled, swiping his hand to close the document, and looked at Lisa. Who do you think they will pair me with, Lisa? It's obvious. She answered with a cold tone, looking down at her boss. It will be Breeze. They definitely watched your stream with him. That was funny, and many people liked it. Thought so. He smirked and continued his nap, closing his eyes. Wake me up later when I need to stream. Why are you so useless like a pig? Lisa clicked her tongue and muttered. Flexi, who couldn't really make out what she had said, raised his voice. What? Nothing. She shook her head and smiled softly. Have a nice nap. Oh, all right. I thought you called me a pig. That's just your imagination. Her smile widened, turning scarier as the second passed. Then she turned around and left, leaving Flexi to look at her with fear. When the door was closed, he sighed and closed his eyes again. Chapter 41 Knight's Last Journey. Right at 6 p.m., Max started his stream. Livestream start. We meet again, guys. How are you doing? As soon as he appeared in the Knight's Journey waiting room, which he set as his default spawn point after streaming with Flexi, he greeted his viewers as usual. He had already recovered from exhaustion and was in top condition. Hello Breeze. Damn, I missed your IRL streaming because of work. And now I can't watch the VOD. Please upload it. I missed it too. Evening, Breeze. From the title, it seems you're doing something impossible again. Evening. And, yeah, I am attempting to get no damage or get hit until I finish this route. Max replied to the chat with a confident smile. I guess this will be easy as the war mission is finished. I don't know what kind of enemies lay ahead, but I bet none are stronger than Trouser. Because he had gotten an impossible quest, he didn't want to waste it and asked Flexi what he should expect in the future game mission. He didn't ask for anything specific, but only what he should expect to fight after the war. The answer he got from his new friend was enough to make him a bit cautious, but it was still doable, as no enemies would be as strong as Trouser. At least not until the final boss. Now, let's enter the main story. Having said that, Max entered the main story, and the cutscene appeared with white letters floating in the air. A few years had passed since the battle. Sir Breeze had advanced through rank, moved to the capital city of Rami Kingdom, and achieved Knight Captain rank. Former Commander Heroine has retired to the countryside and enjoyed a slow life due to injury in his back from the battle to protect Rami Kingdom from barbarians. Knight Captain Hutch has been appointed as the new commander together with Est's Raymond. After 5 years of service, at age 28, Knight Captain Breeze has decided to retire. He left the capital city and traveled alone to the countryside, where his trusted comrade, former Commander Heroine lived. The Fouquet. WTF. Reading the text that appeared one by one, Max and the viewers were speechless. They were surprised by the cutscene and the story development that was different from the original route. But what was most surprising for them wasn't the story, but other things. Knight has a name. Heroine. Hoo-ah. Brilliant. Even he would only watch livestreams if the streamers enjoyed themselves. Now then, where is this countryside located? There should be a map. Say map. Yes, say map. I won't be fooled by that trick, you know. Max spoke with narrowed eyes, as if the chat's suggestion wasn't worthy of his consideration at all. I know that the target will be marked with a glowing light. Having said that, he looked around the area. Behind him was a forest, and in the distance stood the first city he visited in this game. On the right was an animal trail leading inside the forest. And there, he could see a glowing light that indicated the mission's objective. There it is. Tisk. He's not fooled. This Breeze is smart. I will make it my goal to fool him. Ha ha ha. Try it. Max walked toward the animal trail while holding the leather bag on his shoulder. He proceeded carefully as he had a system quest not to get a scratch until he finished the game. Once he realized that this was the last quest, he decided to try to finish the game today so he could rest tomorrow and prepare for the announcement. That way, I can rest tomorrow and try those pillars in the park. If they asked, I would just say I am taking care of the program and can't really stream. Besides, as Max traveled through the animal path, his eyes darted at his viewers count. Viewers, 1069. His lips curled up. I have a stable viewers count now. Let's aim for no damage. I won't get scratched until I reach my destination. God of RNG, please make a lot of traps. Please kill Breeze. I want him dead. Cut his nose. Bad guys don't deserve a nose. You guys underestimated Breeze's power. He has the higher ground. Shut up, nosist. I have no nose and I look awesome, alright. Our condolences. You can join Privilege for an advanced chapters. ShuviLily. Chapter 42 Night's Last Journey 2. After walking for a while, Max found nothing noteworthy. He was even teleported to a new town when he stepped out of the forest. The glowing light was a bit away from the town, in front of a broken carriage on the roadside at the foot of a hill. Is this that kind of event? Max immediately guessed what kind of mission was waiting for him. The main mission was to reach the countryside, but as expected, it wouldn't be that easy. There were side missions that he needed to finish before he could continue to his destination. The cliché. Yeah, help the broken carriage. Yup. But do you think Breeze is able to do that? Breeze is a strong, smart, funny, dependable teacher streamer. Of course he can do that. But I don't know. That. While he was confused, he still walked toward the glowing light. The elderly man standing beside the broken carriage turned to Max as he approached. Oh, young adventure. Can you help me with something? Not only did it have a classic plot, but the NPC also spoke a classic line. Not surprising. But as the chat said earlier, the developer is so lazy. Max smiled dryly as he answered, what help do you need, elder? You're so kind. Actually, my carriage is broken, and I only have 1 gold. I am willing to give this to whoever helps us. My back hurts so much that I can't change the broken wheel. Yeah, you're lying, Max thought as he glanced inside the carriage. It was filled to the brim with gold bricks, far exceeding the carriage's weight. But this was a mission that would show him his next objective nonetheless, so he accepted the request. Smiling brightly, he exclaimed, I will help you, elder. It's really easy. Ooh, thank you, kind adventurer. If you may, please fix my broken carriage. That was what I wanted to ask, but there is an urgent matter. Urgent matter. Max raised his eyebrows, looking at the elderly man nodding. Indeed, he exclaimed. Actually, our spare wheels were stolen. The thief who attacked us mistook it for the gold wheel of fortune. That's why we actually don't have any wheels or any gold. Can you help us buy a wheel in the rampant city over there and fix our broken carriage? A new side mission is generated. While thinking, his character had brought a wooden carriage wheel and walked out of the city to meet the man. For some reason, many people ran around inside the town, and the gate inspection to enter the town took a long time. However, Max couldn't even move his body freely yet, so he ignored them and focused on his side mission. The hill obstructed the sight and hid the broken carriage. That was why the guards standing near the entrance didn't help the man. Only when he arrived at the foot of the hill could he move the character freely. On top of that, he also saw a new beacon of light in the distance, on the opposite side of where the merchant was. Oh, does this mean I can either take this wheel and complete the side mission or just ignore it and go to the next objective? Probably. Who knows? Why don't you just finish the side mission first? You are already close to the merchant's location. Reading the chat, Max narrowed his eyes suspiciously. There had to be a catch in this cliché mission. There was no way the chat would react so strongly if it was just a regular fix to the broken carriage. Merchant, broken carriage, hidden behind a hill that can't be seen from the entrance. Inside the carriage are a lot of gold bricks. His story was also ridiculous. Nodding his head, Max saw the top of the hill and stopped walking. Yeah, it's suspicious. Let's hide first. Thinking so, he decided to walk around the hill using bushes to conceal himself. He put the wheel in one of the bushes behind him so it wouldn't be found by anyone. Watching Max suddenly change his course, the chat exploded. No, he's aware. Damn, why is he so smart? He's not smart. The ones who got scammed were stupid. Shut up and don't say anything more. I'll send you to Maru. Who's Maru? Carrot kid, you don't wanna know. He's a cult leader. Scary. Max's lips curled up as he silently stopped behind the carriage, hiding from the merchant's gaze. After a while, he could hear the merchant grumble. Fuck, where is he? Could he be detained by knights? That will be bad. I won't be able to run away with these golds if I have no goddamn wheel. Jackpot. His smile widened as he heard the merchant. He smirked at the camera and raised his index finger. Sorry, but I am not clueless. He actually wanted to put up a middle finger to his viewers, but he refrained because he didn't want to get a warning from Punch. And the chat got disappointed and started to boo at him. Chapter 43 Knight's Last Journey 3. After confirming that the merchant was trying to run away with these gold bricks, for some reason, Max decided to knock him unconscious and brought him to the guards near the entrance. The mission didn't fail even when he did that, so it was the correct choice. But he was somehow looked at by the guards suspiciously after he handed over the merchant and was told to wait in a small room with only 2 chairs and a simple wooden table in between. Busted. You have been detained. Those guys are really strong. They can detain Breeze. How scary. Not even Hutch and Haa were spared, but, how scary. I don't think it will end up like this too. Max sighed as he leaned back on his chair. The cutscene didn't play out, so this was still part of the mission. Is the next mission breaking out of this room? He smirked, imagining whether it was true. A few moments later, the door was unlocked, and a knight dressed in full metal armor entered, sitting in front of him with a stern face. Apologies for the wait. Now, may I ask some questions? The knight spoke in a serious tone, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. First of all, what is your name? Just as the knight said that, Max was about to answer, I am your father. But held himself back due to the sudden window that popped up in front of him. Choose your answer. 1. Tell the barrack knight your name and former affiliation. 2. Lie and tell the barrack knight a fake name. The world seemed to stop, just like when he chose the first weapon and cutscene. Max looked at the window and blinked his eyes. Is this where the route will branch? He asked in a low voice. Just as he remembered from his small research, Knight's Journey had multiple routes that could also branch into various endings depending on a player's choice. There were happy endings, and of course, bad endings also existed. Currently, Max had arrived in the first branch and needed to choose to advance the main story. Telling his name to the knight would definitely give him a free pass, as the name Breeze was already spread as an excellent knight in the cutscene he had seen before. After looking at the 2 choices for a few seconds, he decided to ask the chat. Which one do you think I should choose, chat? Lying is awful. Just tell him your name. True. As human beings, we shouldn't lie. Not even in a VR world. I raised you better than this, Breeze. You shouldn't lie. Ahem. Maybe you should lie once in a while. He became cringe because he forgot to slap or kick that knight. Rewind, please. I want to puke, but I must hold on. No, he chose the second choice. The knight NPC looked at Max with an intense gaze. He slowly glanced to the right at a small window that worked as the only ventilation for the room and nodded softly in a way that Max couldn't see. Or at least he tried to. It's really apparent. Max knew the second choice wouldn't be as easy as the first one, but he chose it anyway. Why? The chat wants me to choose the first choice desperately. There is no way I will give them what they want. An evil laugh rang in Max's head as he read the disappointed text in the chat. At that moment, two knights holding weapons burst into the room and pointed their swords at Max. "Sir, you are under suspicion of helping the evil merchant to smuggle gold bricks to Rami Kingdom. Please cooperate and follow us to meet the magistrate." The knight spoke calmly, but there was a force behind his voice. "Please. Don't make us draw blood." "So this is the second choice," Max mused in his mind. A new notification window appeared in front of his face as he nodded to the knight. Ding! Helping merchant side mission completed. So far, it was just as expected. Please follow these two knights. They will take you to the magistrate's office gently. Very well, Max answered and stood up, following the knights who sheathed their swords back. He was walking between the knights uncomfortably and was guided toward where the next guiding light from his main mission was. While walking between two knights, he smiled widely and looked at the floating camera. The knights didn't seem to mind and continued walking on his sides. Chat. It seems something fun will begin soon. So, being a prisoner is fun. Oh, how low breeze has fallen. My child has become an M. I didn't know you enjoyed this kind of play, Breeze. It's not like that. Max retorted to the chat, and they exploded in laughter. Damn it. I need to watch my wording more in the future. He growled in frustration as he looked at his destination, a huge castle with layered walls. My mouth is my tiger. I just blurted it out because I thought climbing that huge castle and running on its roof would be fun. Indeed. Nothing was safe from the chat. Chapter 44 Progress. The game's skipping function was really helpful for players. Just after Max took a few steps toward the magistrate's office, he found himself standing inside an office room with two knights sitting on a couch beside him. He couldn't help but get excited this time. Although it was his first time in this place, he knew what was about to happen, as he had watched some clips in the past for a few streamers. I will finally meet one of the heroines. So I made the right choice by lying back then. Indeed, he finally got the heroine's introduction scene. But he only saw a few clips about the heroines and didn't know what to expect in this situation. So, he was still clueless and his heart was beating faster in anticipation. Sit down, adventurer. One of the knights spoke with a cold tone. Don't raise your voice like that, Sir Knight, Max answered with a smirk as he sat down. Surprisingly, it wasn't a cutscene, and he could still move freely. Before long, a middle-aged man dressed in a nice suit entered with a stern face and sat behind a table. He looked at Max curiously, and his face immediately changed. He recognized Max. Turning to the knights and glaring at them, he shouted loudly. How dare you disrespect him? Get your butt off that couch right now and stand in attention. Tisk tisk, how dare these puny knights? Indeed, they dare to sit on the same couch as Breeze. No shame. Unlike Max, it seemed like the chat already knew what to expect, so they weren't that surprised. The knights were silent and blinked their eyes, confused with the magistrate's words. Seeing them frozen, the magistrate became angry and slammed the table hard. Bam! Did you not hear what I said? Stand in attention. Why yes. The two knights scurried away immediately and stood at the corner of the room, still looking confused but didn't dare to ask any questions. Sighing, the magistrate gave an apologetic look to Max. My apologies, Sir Breeze. My subordinates have been so rude to my own savior. I can't be more ashamed. Savior? Max asked in a confused tone. The magistrate smiled. Indeed. He nodded. I was also in that war against the barbarians, army. When I was about to get done by those barbarians, you saved me. Once again, I am ashamed that I can't convey this properly. Thank you. I see, Max smiled wryly, not minding what the magistrate said. I am farming diamonds at that time, though. I know the magistrate only said this to advance the plot. Max guessed the magistrate would say this to every player no matter what, even if they didn't save him in that war. Or rather, the later part of the war was a cutscene, so this event happened at that time. A so-called forced event. As part of my gratitude and apology for what my subordinates did, please tell me what you need, Sir Breeze. We will provide it without fail. I don't need anything, Sir Magistrate. This time, Max's mouth moved by itself. Another forced event happened, and he had entered a cutscene. His character was speaking with the magistrate and exchanged some information. He was also given a pouch filled with money as an apology before he left the building to continue his journey. Nothing else happened. No side mission. No conclusion to the story from before. 2. What happened to the thief who pretended to be a merchant? Max didn't know. Just like before, a teleportation happened, and Max found himself in the middle of a forest this time. He stood idly for a while, looking around the area. Say, chat, is it just my imagination or does the plot feel rushed? He asked, raising his eyebrows. I mean, that was the perfect time to introduce the heroine, right? But why? Why haven't I met a single female yet in this game? It's so strange. He shouted loudly. Good question. I don't know. This time, I can't agree more. That was indeed the time when the heroine appeared. That's strange. Breeze, forever single. You will get a wizard title in a few years, do your best. Maidenless Breeze. You guys are. Max couldn't help but let out another sigh of disappointment. He knew that he was exploring a new route, but to think that not only some missions were skipped, but also the heroine's introduction scene. Am I truly fated to be maidenless forever? He lamented. It's because you chose the second choice. KKKK, the maidenless gang won. Actually, you would meet the heroine if you chose the first choice in that room and introduced your real name. My disappointment is immeasurable. Take that. Ha ha ha, I won the bet with my friend. I recovered what I had lost. Good for you, bloodsucker. Thanks, pal. And be prepared, Breeze. I shall give you a new mission soon. This guy never learns. Thanks for cheering me up, bloodsucker. I thank you for your donation in advance. I will now set the minimum amount to give me a mission to 10,000 diamonds just for you. Lol. Go bankrupt once again. Breeze shall suck your money. Max laughed as he read the chat again and walked toward the glowing light again. The disappointment of not meeting the heroine couldn't be erased, but at least he didn't get into any problems and could probably finish this game today. Let's aim to finish this quest before 10 p.m. he declared with a big smile. Screw heroines. I shall be a maidenless knight. Fweet fweet. Way to go. This is why I love you. Sorry, but I still like a girl. Max joked around with his viewers as he kept walking, enjoying the atmosphere. This was truly Knight's last journey. The calm atmosphere truly fit to end a journey after a long battle. But, just walking would be boring. The glowing light, his destination this time, was located on the peak of a rugged mountain. Many obstacles surely were waiting for him along the way. For a normal player, that place might be hard to reach, and they would have a hard time reaching the peak. However, in Max's eyes, that place was perfect for him to do parkour. Why don't I show you guys some stuff? I am confident this will blow your mind. Surprise us. No need to say anything. Just do it. It's about drive. Go and reach that peak. Of course. A grin appeared on Max's face as he began to run. I am motherfucking Breeze for God's sake. A mountain will not stop my way to the top. Inside a dimly lit room with small lights on the ceiling, a cute girl wearing fluffy black bunny pajamas watched the floating hologram screen before her. Her eyes twinkled with curiosity as she watched a streamer called Breeze run up the mountain easily as if the obstacles were nothing for him. If one needed to describe his movement, it was like a monkey. But upon closer inspection, that movement had grace and looked cool. Even climbing a mountain was a breeze for him. Breeze, the girl muttered in a small voice. He's indeed that guy, she continued, cradling a soft pillow and pulling it closer to her chest. Her small hand extended to the screen and scrolled down slightly, finding a follow button and clicking on it. You, Lily Pixel, has followed Breeze. Activate notification. The small notification appeared on top of the streaming screen. Yes. The girl, Lily, answered without hesitation. Complete. After reading that notification, she swiped her hand and erased the small window. Her body leaned deeper into her bed, getting engulfed in warmth and softness. A small smile adorned her face as she saw Breeze finally reach the peak and stand on the edge. The camera panned out and showed his figure looking in at the sunset in the distance. An ethereal light bathed his face that was full of satisfaction. Beautiful. It was unknown what she called beautiful, the scenery or Breeze himself. However, her smile widened slightly as she muttered that. At that moment, someone messaged her and the window replaced the stream she watched. Stone Sword. Lily, time to practice. Her smile disappeared, replaced with a flat expression. She raised her body and brought up the virtual keyboard, typing the reply. Lily Pixel. Yes, brother. What a bummer. She sighed and left the bed, entering her VR capsule. Chapter 45 Ambushes. Max continued playing without stopping. He particularly enjoyed climbing the mountain and jumping to the other side. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, donations poured in from impressed viewers, and he took some time to thank those people. Even so, his journey hadn't ended yet. The next objective has appeared, Max exclaimed as he put his hand above his eye. The sun was about to set, and the background turned orange now. I believe this is the last one. Isn't that right, guys? It's been a long journey. More like the fastest journey. If Breeze isn't a newbie, wouldn't he finish this game in under 2 hours? That's possible, right? Ask him to learn how to ride a horse first. So long, Breeze. Reach the countryside and end this game with a bam. Ahaha, I know what you wanted. Don't worry, I will surely do it. Max laughed and began to move once again. He entered a dense forest. The branches and leaves created a natural canopy that blocked the sunlight. It created a dark shade and made this forest look like night all the time. Thus, this area was called Midnight Forest by the players, although it actually had no official name. Looking around the area, Max slowly pushed forward, following the trail. It's really dark here. His field of vision was narrowed to only a few meters in front of him. Because of his light baggage, he had nothing like a torch in his bag. Not to mention, the branches and trunk seemed to be wet. He couldn't light a fire and made a makeshift torch with them. So, getting any artificial light source in this place was impossible. Creak, swish, whoosh, a woo. The sound of the branches rubbing each other rang, filling the forest. Bushes moved due to the movement of small animals. And animals' howl reverberated in the distance. Max instantly became cautious and looked around with full attention. I feel like something can spring up at any moment, he said while laughing bitterly. It was like he traveled to a mountain full of bandits. Due to the darkness, he felt in danger even if he couldn't see anything beyond 5 meters. Not to mention, Guhahaha, I am taking your soul. How dare thee enter this ancestor's territory? Scram. I am the darkness, lurking in the shadows to hunt down Breeze. Be careful. On your 6. Cough, please look away. I am busy with my girlfriend, our hand here. Max shouted loudly as his right hand, which held the axe, turned into a blur. The next thing that happened was blood gushing out from the severed head as the wolf's lifeless body fell to the ground with a thud. He passed the other wolf by ducking. Screech. Using his legs, he stopped advancing and immediately leapt back with great force. He managed to catch up to the second wolf that just landed on the ground and spun his body like a fan. His axe struck the back of the wolf's head and split its head. Phew. Max was able to land safely with his hand and wiped his forehead. That was scary. Scary. You're the scary one. How can you kill them that fast? Normal players would run away. I don't believe he just confronted them like that. Come on, guys. You said I should kill them. Max complained as he picked up the bag he had thrown earlier. He wiped the blood that got on his face and put his axe back to his waistlock. Besides, it's just 2 wolves. If there are 3 of them, I don't think I will be able to survive. Normal people can't even fight one-on-one with wolves. Even Stone Sword had a hard time and died once against those 2 wolves. Dum-dum. Don't compare Breeze with SS. It's obvious that the latter is a pro gamer while Breeze is just a monster. Oh, Shiat, you're right. I am not a freaking monster. He sighed tiredly. Well, anyway, let's con. Grr. A woo. Grr. Woo. Just before Max could finish his sentence, he heard loud growls and howls from behind. He turned around immediately and saw 6 pairs of shiny golden eyes observing him from within bushes. It didn't need a genius to know who they were and what they were here for. Guys. Max took steps back slowly as he spoke with a trembling voice. I guess this is time to run. Saying that, he kicked the ground and ran at full speed at once. The wolves followed him almost immediately, pouncing on the ground and creating a formation. Their bloodlust was clear from their eyes. They were determined to kill him. Also, do. Don't run, you rascal. Get over here. Run, bitch, run. Move, bitch. Get out of the way. Breeze is passing through. The viewers got excited at the sight of Max running at full speed while jumping around boulders and fallen trees like a scared rabbit. Trees stood close to each other in the midnight forest. Their trunks were thick, so only a few parts of the forest, including the trail, could be passed by an adult human. Max's running speed slowed down considerably in this terrain. On the other hand, animals that had lived in the forest since birth could navigate easily. If this went on, the pack of wolves could catch up to Max and kill him. Swoosh! What should I do? As he ran between trees and jumped over boulders to give the wolves a slip, he formulated a plan to escape from them. Fighting them all is impossible. I will probably die or get badly injured. Thus, the bonus quest from the system would fail. I can't afford that. Without a doubt, Max's running speed was fast. He also could pass through the obstacles easily. If it were any other players, they would definitely die in the first minute of the chase. He was halfway into the forest. There was no way back now, and the way out was still around 4 to 5 minutes away with his current speed. Woo! At that moment, one of the wolves managed to catch up and pounced at Max, opening its mouth, ready to bite his shoulder. Be careful. Shed his blood. Give it to me. I want to suck it. Wolfie caught up to Breeze. Tisk. Max clicked his tongue and turned around. He immediately threw his bag into the wolf's mouth and rolled on the ground. Using his experience in parkour, he managed to retain his speed and continued running as the wolf shredded his leather bag into tatters. That was close, he exclaimed as he jumped between the trees, giving him enough time to widen the distance between him and the pack of wolves once again. I almost died. You should ask him to sit. Or paw. Or bite. Breeze is really good. To think he fed the poor wolf his smelly bag. Devil. I did it to survive. Max looked over his shoulders and saw the pack of wolves still chasing after him. They were so persistent and wouldn't stop until they tasted his blood and flesh. They are still chasing after me. Is the smelly bag not enough? They don't like your smell. Breeze, why don't you just jump on the tree and dodge those wolves? I remember they won't be able to climb tree. Reject humanity and return to monk. Embrace your ancestry. Floor Gang will be proud if his theory of evolving backward is proven. Reading the chat's suggestion, an idea flashed in Max's mind. There is truth in his words, but why do I feel that something is wrong? It's just your imagination. Max answered the chat and looked around, finding the best path to tread through branches. Anyway, I need to finish this mission as soon as possible. Start the countdown. If I am unable to reach the next destination in 5 minutes, I will gift 5 Punch Premium to random viewers. That's a deal. Woohoo. Do it, sucker. Oh, I will. At that moment, another notification came. Ding. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Reach the objective in under 3 minutes. Reward. 10,000 diamonds. Hiya. He did it. What will you do, Breeze? 3 minutes, huh? Max muttered as he stretched his legs and hands. His footing area was narrow, so he could only move his toes slightly. Licking his lips, he looked at the camera. Thanks for the money in advance, Bloodsucker. I am glad I set the minimum amount to 10,000 diamonds. I actually can finish this in under 3 minutes. You're lying. You said 5 minutes. Ha. He got baited. Poor Bloodsucker. Or rather, you should just change your name to Breeze Walking Bank now. Guys, you are awful. Nah, they are just worried about you. Anyway, let's do this. Having said that, he kicked the branch at full strength and jumped into another one. As soon as he landed, he began to run as if the branches were solid ground. They only shook after he already landed on another branch. His speed was ridiculously fast, only a bit slower than when he ran on solid ground. When there was no good branch to step on, Max used the tree's trunk as a footstep and jumped on another branch. On one occasion, he even grabbed the branch above him and used it to swing around. The viewers were speechless as they watched him move around like a monkey. Ha ha ha. Reject humanity. Return to monkey. And no, why is he so fast? Sucker, it seems you will lose another $200 now. Good sucker. He's supporting Breeze with all his strength. Or rather money. He's cheating. Run on the ground. Max didn't read the chat this time as he needed to concentrate so as not to fall to the ground, as his vision was still limited. The wolves had given up on chasing him and scattered. The howl could still be heard from within the forest. After getting used to the terrain and seeing the wolves no longer chasing him, he jumped down on the ground and followed the trail again. It was the fastest way to the exit of the forest. Then, after 2 minutes, he was finally able to see the light in the distance. All right, guys, give me the countdown. He shouted excitedly, smiling widely as he intentionally increased his speed again. 46 seconds before 3 minutes. The destination is in sight. Countdown to Bloodsucker giving money to Moneysucker. You should just change your name to Sucker. 30 seconds to go. With an amused laugh, Breeze jumped and spun his body midair, front flipping twice as he exited the forest. Ha ha ha, I arrived. The scenery immediately changed in front of him. With sunset in the background, the frontier city was laid like a beautiful painting. The game world stopped as soon as he touched the light, and a notification appeared in front of him. Knight's last journey mission completed. You have completed all missions and reached the end. Open world mode is unlocked. Start the credit now. Yes, no. Following that, Max received the 10,000 diamonds from the stream mission. Mission completed. 10,000 diamonds have been donated. It was a good game. He exclaimed with a satisfied smile. I guess we will end this by kicking Ha'ah's Knight butt one more time. Agree. Do it. Yes. Well then, let's find him. With that, Max walked into the frontier city and tried to find Ha'ah Knight, or rather, heroine. It wasn't that difficult to find him. Even if he looked older than when the main story first started, his overall feature was still the same. The older knight dressed in peasant clothes beamed with a smile as he saw Max approach him. Sir Breeze. He greeted Max excitedly while he spread his arms wide, trying to hug him. It's really nice to see you again. Oh, my savior. It's nice to meet you too. Now, from the viewer's point of view, they thought that Max was getting emotional from finishing the game for the first time. Breeze is crying. No way. He cried for those poor souls he massacred. Poor souls, your will be purified. You miss one word after your. Ah, my bad. Your hate is purified. They shall rest forever. Reading the chat, Max was pulled out of his own world and unmuted his microphone once again. I am not getting emotional, guys. I was just thinking about how to tell you about my schedule tomorrow. The announcement for the program would be on the 10th of April, which was 2 days from now. He also got a lot of money thanks to Flexi, so he was thinking of having a day off tomorrow to prepare everything for his face reveal. There should be a photo session a day before the announcement, right? I remember it's written in the contract. He thought. You're going to play a new game, right? Are you going to announce it now? Is there something special tomorrow? What game will you play? Is it an online game? Ah, about that. Max looked at the camera. I probably won't be able to stream tomorrow. I need to do something important tomorrow. I will tell you what game I will play in the next stream. Better keep it a surprise, right? Ah, but I plan to play an online one. I can tell you that much. Ho ho. Online game, huh? We will finally be able to meet Breeze directly. I will kill him. I will kill him. My money. Sucker, do you think you will be able to touch Breeze? Look at reality. Well, I don't like stream snipers, so don't do it. Though I doubt you will be able to watch my stream inside the game. In this age where streamers became mainstream, many people who wanted to play with their idols naturally sprung up. They would do anything to play with the streamers they liked, even though it bothered the streamers. That was why the capsule, or rather games that were released in the past few years, all implemented a feature that didn't allow people to watch livestream inside the game. It was to minimize the cheating done by the viewers. So, even if they joined the same game, the viewers wouldn't be able to monitor where the streamers were. Still, they were pretty annoying because they often only targeted the streamers, so most people hated them. Except for the viewers who loved seeing chaos. Anyway, guys, I won't be able to stream tomorrow. I am happy that I finished Knight's Journey on time today. I will see you in 2 days with an important announcement. Bye. Bye, Breeze. That was fun. I hope you return to this game again. Lol, I have a good time. I will follow your livestream more. With that, Max ended the stream and went to bed after he took a shower without checking the forum that went wild because of him. Thud. It hurts. Max shouted loudly right after waking up, throwing his body back to the bed. His body was aching all over the place, and his legs couldn't be moved at all. What the fuck? He cursed out as another round of pain attacked his body. Nothing was wrong with it, just a simple sore muscle. I didn't remember the pain from muscle pain was this bad. He hissed in pain and tried to get up slowly this time. He managed to sit up this time and slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Sitting upright, he hissed painfully once again and inspected his body thoroughly. There was no swollen part, and he actually made a muscle slightly. His lower body, especially his legs, looked firmer than before. Not only that, his ribs area where his bones could be seen jutting out before were also gone. It was amazing. Is this the effect of yesterday's nutritional supplement and workout? More than amazing, Max considered the change that happened to his body as a miracle. The pain that accompanied it a day after seemed to be worth it now. It's not like he would feel the same after a few times. Also, the first time always hurts. Anyway, Max got used to it soon and did his morning routine and shower. It was natural for him to wash his body every morning and evening as he sweated easily from moving around a lot. Besides, it refreshed him and helped him think easier. After showering, he put on easy-to-move pants and a sweatshirt before exiting his apartment for a morning jog. The sun was just peeking from the horizon, casting a soft light over Lime City. Unfortunately, Max's apartment was in a rather dense city and didn't get much light from the morning sun. However, he had found a perfect spot to run yesterday and went to that park. When he arrived, the park was still empty, perfect to concentrate on his own business. So he started immediately after warming up and opened a hologram screen using his smartwatch to catch up on everything he missed yesterday. First of all, he found some threads about him and people talking about how the newest route discovered by Breeze would be the most effective for speedrun. The downside was that there would be no heroines showing up, so men who wanted to enjoy the game after finishing all quests shouldn't play the new route. All men were simple. They actually agreed that having a heroine for the post-story, which was an open-world type game, would be better. Someone even poked fun by saying that Breeze was destined to be maidenless forever. It ticked Max slightly as he didn't want to stay that way. Naturally, he also wanted to have a girl like other normal people. Out of irritation, he replied to the thread and told the one who poked fun at him that they would be surprised seeing how handsome he was when he revealed his face. I brought two. Use this, she added after seeing his reluctant expression. Don't worry. It's new. I always use a new towel. Well, Max wasn't sure what to say. It was just too sudden and strange. However, he took the towel nonetheless, as he didn't want to waste her gesture. Thank you. He paused. When he thought about it again, he introduced himself to the girl yesterday, but she hadn't introduced herself yet. Once again, noticing him not saying anything again, the girl nodded and spoke. I am Lily, she said simply with a flat expression as she wiped her sweat. Lily Spencer. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. He nodded in acknowledgement. I am Max Charles. Max. She nodded back at him, you can call me Lily. Alright. After that, both of them stood in silence under the shade of trees on the edge of the park. No one said anything, and the atmosphere turned awkward. They didn't know what to say or speak about as it was just their second meeting, coincidentally. It's so awkward, Max thought as he tried his best to maintain his smile. But still, Max stole a glance at Lily. Her long eyelashes fluttered as her small lips exhaled a heavy breath. She's beautiful. Are all the girls in this world as beautiful as her? Nina is also beautiful in her own way. He mused in his mind. Thinking it was rude, he immediately looked away at his smartwatch. His eyes widened when he saw the time shown in it. It was already 8 a.m. Shoot. Max cursed loudly and quickly packed his stuff. Sorry, Lily, but I need to go right now. I will return the towel if we meet again. There is no need. Lily answered Max and raised her head. However, when she looked to her left, he was already away from her, running in a hurry. Seeing that she answered an air and not breeze, her cheek inflated like a bun, and she pouted. He didn't even hear my reply. She muttered in disappointment. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the alarm she had set with her smartwatch rang loudly. She deactivated it quickly as she frowned as if she found the alarm to be something troublesome. The words, "photo session," were floating with the alarm's notification. She swiped it away with her hand, and it disappeared. I also need to go. Max managed to prepare himself to board the sky rail after taking another shower and wore his best clothes in time. If he were to arrive just a minute later, he would definitely miss it and have to go to New Eden City with another sky rail, which would cost him another pocket money. Phew. I didn't realize how long I was running because I didn't really feel tired. He looked at the time once again. The 9th of April, 9:03 a.m. Just a few minutes after the sky rail departed for New Eden City. Wednesday wasn't a crowded day as most people worked in the VR, so only Max sat on a VIP seat in the frontmost wagon, getting the perfect view of a metropolis city from the air. His hand that was holding the window rail was trembling. Mainly because of excitement, but he was also a bit nervous. How could he not? Even if he used to be the center of attention due to his previous experience in his old world, Max was still a human. Besides, this would be the first time he would get his picture taken as a streamer, not a tresor. Not to mention it would also be posted on Biozone Entertainment's website, one of the 3 biggest game distributors in the world. Millions. Maybe a billion people would get to know him soon. It was natural to be excited and nervous. Just a 2-hour ride. Well, I can't say I don't enjoy this sight. It's beautiful. While watching the scenery outside, Max thought of what happened before. Lily seemed to be able to read him easily, and so was Nina. Was his expression really that easy to guess? Running his hand over his cheek, he hummed in wonder. Maybe I need to work on my poker face again. An orange hovercar was moving down the main street in another city called Pear City. It was moving automatically, following the destination set before. Inside the car were 2 people, sitting side by side, a man and a woman. The man wore a striking orange suit and had orange hair, which stood out a lot. He was flexy, and he was browsing through Knight's Journey forum on his smartwatch while leaning against a soft chair. Ooh, this is interesting. Having said that, Flexi put an eye mask over and slept by leaning his head back. Lisa sighed tiredly as she opened her smartwatch. She had work to do. What a troublesome boss. He's too kind for someone who works in this harsh industry. She thought as she operated the virtual keyboard, well, that's why I am also attracted to him. Life is just so strange. This will be your debut, Lily. Just do like the usual, and you will be fine. Yes, brother. I have also learned how to do that trick, and I will show it to you in the demonstration later. That's amazing. I am surprised. The man smiled softly at his sister. How did you do it? Even I couldn't do it perfectly yet. I have a teacher. The sister answered simply without changing her expression. I paid him a can of coffee. He's really good. Is that so? A pair of siblings walked side by side. They both had black hair and blue eyes. The older one was a man, looking like he was in his early 20s, with handsome features and a high nose. His hair was slightly long, tied into a low ponytail. He was tall and wore a neat suit as if he was going to a business fair. In the gaming community, this man was known as Stone Sword, a veteran streamer who loved and was good at using a sword. His real name was Peter Spencer, Spencer Capsule Company's heir. Obviously, he hid that fact while streaming, although his fans found it faster than he liked it. Even without that, due to his skill in the game and his humble personality, he managed to create a fanbase big enough to guarantee that his stream had a minimum of 40k viewers. On the other hand, the younger one was a head shorter than the man. She looked innocent and still had a hint of youth. With slightly wavy long hair, she looked like a beautiful and delicate doll. She was Lily Spencer, the girl Max had met earlier. Her game and streamer handle name was Lily Pixel, Stone Sword partner in the run that bagged them the world record of duo Fort Siege. Both of them entered Biozone Entertainment HQ ahead of the other streamers as they arrived using a private jet instead of taking Sky Rail or a hovercar. It was parked on the roof, which had a helipad. Greeting them was the leader of Night's Journey marketing team and the head of the program they would join to promote Lily Pixel to the streaming community. Welcome, Stone Sword and Lily Pixel. The others aren't here yet, so please enjoy our lobby and feel free to order any drinks. Mr. Taka gestured to the cafe that was connected to the lobby. The photo session will be conducted when everyone has gathered. Thank you. Stone Sword replied with a smile, we will do that. We indeed arrived too early. Thank you for your understanding. Having said that, the siblings walked into the cafe without complaining. Mr. Taka smiled brightly as his plan was coming together nicely. The dark circles around his eyes faded slightly, but it was still apparent. Just 4 more people to wait, then he could rest. If this program succeeded, then as a marketing team leader, his job would be limited to ordering his subordinates around. A little bit more. His smile widened as he saw 2 more people entering the HQ. They were a pair that unexpectedly blended together very well, Breeze and Flexi. If one asked him the best decision he made for the last year, he would answer it without hesitation. It was to find the unique and unexpected newbie streamer called Breeze. Not only was he young and had potential, but he also gave Mr. Taka a good impression as a polite boy in their first meeting. Also, if I can rope him in to become Biozone Entertainment's affiliated streamer. Just a little bit more. A thought flashed in Mr. Taka's mind. He could imagine that Breeze would definitely rise. His intuition as a senior corporate worker was telling him. And I can get a promotion. He's the golden goose that can lead me to a good rest. I can't let the others take him. I will be the one who sign him with Biozone Entertainment. Naturally, his treatment toward Breeze would be slightly different from Stonesword's from earlier, as he was his favorite streamer in this program. He spread his arms wide and welcomed them. Welcome. We've been waiting for you. A few minutes ago, in Sky Rail Station right across the Biozone Entertainment HQ. Max stepped out of the Sky Rail with a perfect poker face. He learned how to create one on his way here by watching a tutorial. But it was soon ruined as his lips curled up into a smirk. Learning everything is so easy now. To think that even a poker face tutorial will be that detailed. There is even a hologram model that I can use to synchronize my face with it perfectly to make a poker face. He was in a good mood and exited the station with a smile. However, Max immediately put up his poker face again when he saw someone unexpectedly standing with open arms as if trying to embrace him standing right outside the entrance. Ha ha ha, we've finally met, my friend. It's me, Flexi. Many people looked at them with strange gazes. They walked away from them and whispered something to their companions. Standing beside Flexi was an elegant woman in a suit wearing an apologetic expression. She seemed to be embarrassed just to be seen standing next to Flexi. I am really thankful I watched that tutorial. If not, I would definitely have that expression too. Max thought as he heaved a sigh. As much as he wanted to push Flexi away for being an embarrassment in public, he couldn't do that because his destination was right in front of him. Besides, he owed Flexi a lot to ignore him too, so he greeted him back. Good morning, Flexi. It's nice to meet you IRL for the first time. He shook Flexi's hand expressionlessly while observing him. Oh. Flexi looked to his right at the girl who stared at him dangerously. Sorry. I didn't know that you hate loud noise. Anyway, I will talk normally now. Nice to meet you, Stone Sword Sister. My handle name is Flexi. Feel free to call me anything you want. Quote. Lily. And don't talk to me. Lily answered shortly and stood up, walking away from the two of them. Flexi's smile froze as he looked at his hand, which stayed in the air. Another hand grabbed and shook it. It was Stone Sword. I told you she hated noises. Also, I never saw her talk to a boy before, so don't mind it too much. Yeah, well, it can't be helped. Flexi shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, I want to introduce you to my new pal. He's standing over there. He turned around and pointed at Max. But once again, he froze as he saw him talking to the girl who had just left him alone. Huh, what is this difference in treatment between me and Breeze? Flexi thought, confused. Is it because I am loud? No, rather. How is that guy talking to that girl smoothly like that? He's unexpectedly good. Stone Sword looked surprised when he saw his sister talking to a boy. Oh, it's rare to see her smiling like that. Who is that guy? He's Breeze. Flexi answered as he let out a sigh. Well, you must have heard about him if you played Knight's Journey lately. He's that wall run guy. I watched his video before. Stone Sword nodded. A smile appeared on his face, so that was why she always seemed to be so out of it and suddenly able to do a wall run. I see. Looking at Stone Sword's expression, Flexi couldn't help but shudder and took a step back. Hey, you look so scary right now. Are you that kind of guy? Dude, keep your expression in check. Malicious rumors will spread if someone misunderstands the situation. I know. I am not mad, just a little bit jealous. Seriously. Flexi didn't believe what Stone Sword had said. The expression he showed earlier was more than a little jealous. But, it seemed interesting. I never thought this rock-like guy would have this kind of personality. Flexi looked at his friend, Max, who went to the machine to order something with Lily. An amused smile appeared on his face. My friend, it seems like you will have a bit of difficulty in the future. Good luck. He never expected this kind of situation to unfold. It was interesting. Oblivious to the conversation between the two veteran streamers, Max felt cold sent down his spine. Did someone curse me? It must be that bloodsucker. He must have cursed me for baiting him to donate a huge amount of money. Are you okay? Lily asked worriedly as she peered into him. Smiling, Max answered, I am okay. Just feeling a little cold. I see. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.